Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the third KDI School World Bank Conference on Fiscal Policy for Enhancing the Effectiveness of Subsidies and Fiscal Rules. My name is G.A. Park, and it is my great pleasure to serve as your MC for this conference. This conference, co-hosted by the KDI School of Public Policy and Management and the World Bank, provides an invaluable platform for policymakers, scholars, and practitioners to exchange ideas and share insights on enhancing the effectiveness and sustainability of subsidy policies and fiscal rules over the next 2 days. We have an exciting and thought-provoking program ahead of us, and I look forward to the engaging discussions and diverse perspectives that will be shared throughout the conference. Today's sessions will feature the World Bank's research findings on subsidies, as well as presentations by distinguished experts on subsidies, policies, and future directions. And tomorrow, our discussions will focus on fiscal rules, so we encourage you to stay with us and continue sharing your insights and enthusiasm. Our program today includes 3 sessions and a fireside chat, and will conclude with a summing up session. To officially commence today's event, it is my great honor to welcome Dr. Jun-Kyung Kim, Dean of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Stefano Cotto and Mr. Anders Agerskov and Mr. Yoon-Jin Kang, the distinguished guests, policy experts, and scholars. It is truly a pleasure to welcome all of you to the third KDI School World Bank Conference on Fiscal Policy. This conference is more than an annual gathering. It reflects the long-standing and strategic partnership between the KDI School and the World Bank. Since 2002, our 2 institutions have worked closely together, advancing the sustainable growth through joint research, capacity building, and policy dialogue. For more than 20 years, the KDI School has continued to the World Bank's multi-donor trust fund and shared Korea's development experience with countries all around the world. Today, we continue that mission to exchange ideas, to deepen the understanding, and to explore better ways to make subsidies and fiscal rules more effective and sustainable. Friends and colleagues, we are meeting at a time when fiscal policies faces extraordinary challenges. Technology is advancing faster than ever. Artificial intelligence and other innovations are reshaping the industries and labor markets, creating the new opportunities, yes, but also greater uncertainty. At the same time, advanced economies are confronting the slow growth, aging populations, and rising public debt. Emerging and developing economies, on the other hand, are growing rapidly, but they still face other obstacles, such as technology gaps, fiscal constraints, and the urgent need for infrastructure and inclusion. In short, policymaking has never been more complex, but it has also never been more important and essential. Over the next 2 days, let's use this opportunity to share insight, to challenge ideas, and design the fiscal systems that are both innovative and resilient, systems that sustain growth while maintaining the fiscal disciplines. Before closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our colleagues from the World Bank, KDI and KDI School for making this event possible. And to all of you, our distinguished participants, thank you for your active engagement and contributions. Your presence here today embodies the very spirit of collaboration and partnership that this conference stands for. I look forward to the discussions ahead and to the meaningful ideas and friendships that will emerge from this gathering. Thank you very much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Next, it is my great honor to introduce Mr. Stefan Cardo, Practice Manager for Fiscal Policy, who is leading the World Bank delegation for this event. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
New practice manager for fiscal policy. I understand that there is a video on my boss that asked me to convey her regrets not to be here. She values so much this partnership that she didn't trust me just to deliver her or to convey her regrets not to be here. So she also prepared a video for all the participants. I think on our sides, obviously a great pleasure to welcome all of you here. What we do in this room is critical for development. I really want to emphasize this. I've been in the front line of development for most of my career at the World Bank. I asked my team to look at the participants list. Because for me really was important to know where you are from. I worked in many of your countries in Latin America, Eastern Europe, Africa, and East Asia and the Pacific. And to me, what is very important for the World Bank and for KDI partnership is really to bring together the practitioners of development and share experiences that they are very valuable for redesign programs and achieve long-lasting development impact. As the Dean mentioned, I think we are in a critical junction of the global economy, and the fiscal policy is key to find the solutions, particularly when there are big global trend evolution, or in some cases bifurcations. And at the moment, I do believe that we are on the verge of one of those bifurcations, and it will be important to discuss how collectively we can work together to have both a smooth transition to a new normal, but also how the new normal will look like and what type of fiscal instruments can help support development in a a fast changing world, including coming from technology and geopolitics. For us, let me conclude here, we will have time, and most of what we will be discussing today, tomorrow, and on Fridays is a subset of issues very critical to work on those issues, but above all, what is really important for development, and we will have a fireside chat to discuss, is the trade-offs that the policymakers are facing every day when they take decisions on behalf of their population, their countries. Let me conclude by saying three key points on why it's important start looking beyond in the medium and long term on fiscal policy. The first is clearly at the country level. We have seen, particularly in Africa, a mounting debt that needs to be to look at. I've been, working with my debt colleagues, and we always discuss about the issue between stocks and flows. And when we think about debt accumulation, clearly the flow is critical. And here, what the second point I would like to emphasize is that when you look at over the last 10, 15 years about the structural deficit in many developing countries, what you see clearly is the tax or the revenues being a major component of those structural deficit. Many countries have tax over GDP below 15%, and clearly there is a need to increase those revenues. But at the same time, and here most of the topic of this conference will focus on that, is when we look at the drivers of the deficit, so more about the delta rather than the stock or the level. Spending is a key driver of most of the debt accumulation over the last 10 or 15 years, particularly in Africa. And there, we will discuss fiscal rules, how important it is to have a macroeconomic framework that is supporting growth and development, but also how the framework can contain fiscal risks and the accumulation of debt. But then drill down on the spending categories, on the composition of spending, how important is to look at the subsidies, to look at issues related with SOE reforms, fiscal risk coming from pensions, aging, and so forth, and bring all together. I could talk forever about these issues. I'm very passionate about, but let me stop here. And again, thank you so much. I really would like to finish by thank the government of Korea for their generosity and their partnership, and KDI to be a valuable friend in terms of discussing a technical issue to move forward the development agenda altogether. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curto. We will now watch a congratulatory video message from Dr. Manuela Francisco, Global Director for Economic Policy at the Prosperity Vertical at the World Bank.
Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the third conference organized by the World Bank and the Korean Development Institute School on fiscal policy. At the World Bank, an essential part of our work is to facilitate the exchange of experience and lessons among developing countries and development practitioners. That's why this conference is so important. Let me also emphasize our gratitude for KDI School's generous support, which is allowing us to strengthen our support to emerging markets and developing countries. Unfortunately, I'm not to be able to join you in person this time, but hopefully next time. 2 weeks ago, the World Bank and IMF annual meetings brought together in Washington finance ministers, central bank governors, and other senior officials from more than 190 countries. The state of the global economy was on top of the agenda. Our latest global economic prospect estimates global growth at 2.3% in 2025, the weakest performance in 17 years outside recession periods. Growth in developing economies has been declining for 3 decades in a row, from 5.9% in the 2000s to 3.7% in the 2020s. The headwinds are caused by both less benign global landscape and a more strained fiscal situation. So the question is, in an environment with high uncertainty and tight government budgets, how do we accelerate growth and create jobs? Fiscal policy is a crucial part of the answer. It plays a critical role in supporting developing countries by providing stable macroeconomic conditions. There are 3 areas that I would like to emphasize. First, countries need a strong fiscal framework, which is key to containing borrowing costs and maintaining a healthy fiscal space for priority spending. It must also ensure that debts remain sustainable and that sufficient fiscal buffers are being generated to finance counter-cyclical fiscal policies that help absorb and rebound from economic shocks. Our work on fiscal rules helps countries set ceilings for government spending. This is not only important for countries to have sufficient funds to pay their debts, but also to stimulate growth. A recent World Bank study shows that countries with fiscal rules have on average 3.5 percentage point lower borrowing costs than those without fiscal rules. A strong fiscal framework can also reduce policy uncertainty, which has a very high cost. Ongoing World Bank work shows that the spending multiplier is about 1/3 the size during high uncertainty episodes. Second, countries need fiscal space to support critical development spending in key areas such as education, health and social protection, and infrastructure. Our public finance reviews help countries identify expenditure efficiencies in government programs with a special focus on wage bills, state-owned enterprise procurements, and subsidies. For example, the introduction of the e-procurement reform in Chile, which we supported, netted 3.5% in cost savings. Finally, domestic revenue mobilization is essential in many countries to meet the large development needs and support the growth and jobs agenda. Tax policy and administration reform can support higher growth trajectories and the structural transformation necessary to fully capture the demographic dividends in many developing countries. The World Bank supports low-income countries to increase their collection to at least 15% of GDP. We see that many countries could raise up to 5% of GDP in taxes by simply creating a modern VAT system, reduce wasteful tax expenditures, and digitizing their tax procedures. New World Bank commitments that support domestic resource mobilization reforms reached nearly $2 billion in the fiscal year of 2024. Some countries have made impressive progress. Between 2019 and 2024, Nigeria more than doubled its tax collection from 4.5% to 9.8% of GDP. Zimbabwe increased it by more than 40%, from 10.6% to 15% of GDP. Over the same period, others did not fare as well, especially those in fragile, conflict and violence-affected situations. For example, taxes in Sudan fell by more than two-thirds, from 5.5% to 1.7% of GDP. In sum, countries that provide a stable and conducive economic environment are more likely to prosper. Those leveraging the private sector, as Korea has shown, can accelerate growth, job creation, and shared prosperity. We stand ready to support our client countries in this trajectory. I wish you a fruitful discussion during this 3 days conference.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco, and we will now take a few moments to prepare the stage for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first session titled Reforming Subsidies, Controlling Fiscal Cost, Improving Outcomes. This session will provide an overview of subsidies, their fiscal impact, and the challenges in designing effective programs. The speakers will also discuss various approaches to evaluating their economic and social impacts. Now it is my pleasure to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Won-Hyuk Lim, Associate Dean of the Office of Research and International Cooperation at KDI School of Public Policy and Management, as well as our speakers, Dr. Fernando Andres Blanco Cosillo, Mr. Jafar Al-Rikabi, and Mr. Eric Anthony Lacey to join us on stage. And please note that Mr. Lacey will be joining us online. Dr. Lim, the floor is now yours.
Okay, good morning. Okay, the topic for the first session is reforming subsidies. And as was mentioned, we have three economists from the World Bank for presentation. There's a technical challenge in that one of the speakers, Eric Lacey, is going to connect online in between. Fernando Andres Blanco Cosillo will lead the presentation. Eric will then follow, and Jafar will finally conclude the presentation. What I'd like to do is to leave some time for discussion and Q&A. So it would be best if you could complete your joint presentation in about 50 minutes or so. So, Fernando.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor my honor to be here to share some time reflecting on how fiscal subsidies and the reform of fiscal subsidies can help countries to control the fiscal costs on one side, but at the same time improve outcomes in terms of growth, development, and income distribution. So the aim of our report that we prepared together, we lead together with Jafar and with a team of more than 30 specialists in the bank on different types of subsidies, tries to contribute to this debate, how countries can perform improvements in fiscal results, reduce fiscal costs, but at the same time do improve outcomes. And this is why we dedicated this last year to try to come up with with findings on how subsidies are involved. So if you can go ahead with the first slide, just to show the content of our presentation. Next one, please. Okay. Okay, this is the next one. Huh? Okay. So basically, our presentation will be structured in four main blocks. The first is an introduction on a motivation on how this issue is important, how the reform of subsidy became critical for several countries. The second part of the presentation that will be delivered by Eric will touch will touch the fiscal cost and what are the macro implications of increasing subsidies and how will be the effect of the contribution of improving subsidy policies to macroeconomic stabilization. The third block will be delivered by my colleague Jafar, and perhaps is one of the most important contributions of our report, that is to provide a framework how countries can assess, evaluate, and design subsidies for better outcomes. So we propose a framework, and Jafar will be presenting how this framework can work. And finally, we recognize that even if you have an assessment and you and countries and governments conclude that this subsidy is not a good instrument, how difficult is reform subsidies? That is the other aspect that we wanted to contribute to the debate. It's not only the technical aspects of subsidy, but there is several dimensions of political economy that makes difficult to reform subsidies, makes difficult to change them or to eliminate. So we will take these 4 aspects, and our report that we will present some chapters in the afternoon have 8 applications of subsidies of this framework that we are proposing for governments to evaluate. We have, our report has subsidies in agriculture, in innovation, and for investments, on other sectors, on social sectors, VAT, water, and agriculture. So we have the report, and we will present just the first part, and in the afternoon we will provide 2 examples of the sectoral chapters of our report. So coming with the motivation of the report, basically subsidies can be good or bad. That is the first thing that we want to be the first message. You can use in a proper way, but also they can be very distortive and reduce growth and welfare. When subsidies are well designed at their best, subsidies can help to accelerate growth and job creation by addressing market failures. Perhaps the main objective of a subsidy is to address market failures. And if the subsidy does a good job in addressing market failures, we can improve productivity, increase investment, and promote innovation. Also, subsidies, when are well designed, can be a powerful instrument to reduce poverty. They can be through income support to vulnerable groups, benefits in kind in agricultural areas, and reduce prices and greater access to basic economic goods. So when subsidies are well designed, we have all these positive impacts on subsidies. But as I mentioned before, we can have also problems in the design of subsidies or in the way they are implemented. And basically, we know on the downside of subsidies that they are fiscally very costly, and this is what we will show in the next session, that the cost of subsidies increased quite significantly in the last years, and in some cases became fiscally unsustainable. Countries with high debt, and part of this accumulation of debt came from the increase in subsidies, are facing critical fiscal challenges to improve their fiscal performance by they can reduce subsidies for that. But also subsidies cannot be only costly, can be very ineffective. Even if they have a clear objective, the way in which they are implemented can be ineffective, and you cannot get the results that we expect from the subsidies, from the instrument. But also, perhaps for me this is very important, can be inefficient, can generate a lot of distortion. Subsidies can help, but they are in general very distortive. They can generate a lot of distortions that affect economic decisions, consumption decisions, investment decisions that are inefficient, and the subsidy, rather than correct the market failure, exacerbate distortions. And also in many countries, subsidies are intended to help the poor. For example, subsidies on fossil fuel, etc. The main objective of these subsidies are to support poor people to improve their access to these public goods. But in general, in the way that they are designed, these subsidies are appropriated by the richest part of the population. And the objective of reducing poverty is cannot be achieved with that. And finally, subsidies, several types of subsidies are environmentally harmful. They generate a lot of, for example, fossil fuel, again, generate excess of emissions, etc., and they have other social costs. So basically, the message here is that subsidies can be good or bad depending on the design and the way in which they are implemented. But despite the increasing importance in budgets and government decisions, subsidies are poorly understood. And one of the main problems is that in several countries, I would say in the majority of countries, there is no clear definition of subsidies. And if you don't have a clear definition of subsidies, it's difficult to register in the system. We estimate that a great part of subsidies are not registered in the public accounts of governments because are difficult to. There are so many instruments and so many ways in which the subsidy is transferred to the beneficiary that it's impossible to register in the public accounting. So if they are not, an important part of subsidies are not accounted, you don't know the real fiscal cost that they have, and report is a problem. And most importantly, despite they are very important and increasingly important, they don't have cost-benefit analysis. Normally, cost-benefit analysis are, by governments are applied to investment programs, etc. But for this type of policy instrument, by subsidies, analysis of the cost to the economy, of the welfare cost of the, and on the benefits are very rare. And this is why, in general, are expanded. So the aim of our report was to analyze first, account what we can account in terms of subsidies. But second, is to improve the performance. And by improving the policy outcomes, I think that subsidies can help can help to resolve several problems. One is the accumulation of debt that my manager, Stefano, mentioned. The second is that they can free up resources for other types of uses, as education, health, and other uses that the government needs. So I think that the reform of subsidies became a very, very important aspect of the policy agenda of several countries. So, as I mentioned before, what we need from the starting is a clear definition of subsidies. And we offer this definition, no? That subsidies basically are fiscal policy instruments that consist on unrequited transfers from government to economic sectors to economic agent. Meaning for unrequited is that when the transfer gets the beneficiary doesn't need to return the resources to the government. This is why we consider that as a subsidy. And we include three main categories of subsidies. The first is the revenue foregone. When governments decide to reduce tax rates or provide tax holidays to taxpayers, to firms, for example, is a type of revenue foregone. Other way in which we have revenue foregone is when the government charges tariffs that are below cost. For example, in several sectors, in electricity, in gas, in water provision, the government collects rates that collects contributions from the users that are below the cost of producing these goods. So this is a type of subsidies that you have. Other type of foregone revenue is subsidized credit, when public banks lend money to the private sector at lower rates than market rates. So we have different type of subsidies that come from revenue foregone mechanism. The second and the most direct, and the one that we can account, are expenditure subsidies that are direct transfers to firms and or to households that normally are more registered. But still, we have expenditure subsidies that go through below the line categories like capitalizations, equity injections, and guarantees that normally are not well accounted in fiscal account. They are not captured on fiscal account. And what our definition excludes are general fiscal policies or the provision of public goods that, for example, public safety or basic education. This we don't consider as subsidies, but only as general public goods. And also we exclude from our definition and from our accounting non-fiscal support for specific sectors, for specific actors. For example, tariffs, price support, other type of regulations that they don't have clear fiscal implication, we exclude that definition. We need to be clear that this definition is a bit different from definitions from OECD that includes part of the non-fiscal support for specific actors or from other definitions. But also we try to include what we call the revenue foregone that several that several institutions, they don't consider as a subsidy. So having that, I will pass with this clear definition, I will pass the word to my colleague Eric Lacey from Washington, who will provide a snapshot of the cost of the cost of subsidies in emerging markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. Good morning, everyone. Very glad I can join you online. I have a lot of exciting material to talk to you about, so I think I'm going to move fairly quickly. But I will be careful to highlight the key messages so you know what we think the major takeaways are from this section of the report. So we want to talk about the fiscal costs and implications of subsidies and EMDEs because it's important to know in the aggregate what all of these different subsidies that Fernando has been kind of talking about, all the various categories he mentioned, what impact they have on fiscal sustainability and on the economy in general. One of the most important messages right off the bat is that the data are very sparse. So we show these concentric circles here to give you a sense of the outermost circle is really kind of everything that we think meets the definition that Fernando gave. These are the fiscal subsidies. But the outermost ones include subsidies that are almost never measured or never at all. A little bit more inside, you have ones that are only measured in maybe very high income economies or in some rare situations, but we don't have enough data really to say what's going on in EMDEs. In the orange circle, we do have some estimates. These in particular talk about non-cost reflective tariffs for public services, for instance. We have some estimates, but many of them are sort of rough, and we don't have them for enough countries to really aggregate and say with confidence what those costs are. The blue circle at the very center is what I'm going to show numbers for the rest of this section. This covers direct transfers to firms and households which are unrequited, and tax expenditures, revenue foregone from reduced rates, exemptions, etc. Even those, though, I have to emphasize, we aren't confident that we have every number absolutely correct. There are times where provisions are omitted. There are times where expenditure types are misclassified. So this is the best we have out of the data in which we have the most confidence and the most country coverage. Main point, we want to push for more and better data and consider everything I'm about to show you a lower bound estimate. First thing is, even that lower bound estimate is expensive. The cost of those direct transfers to firms and households and tax expenditures add up to about 6+ % of GDP, or a very large share of revenue and expenditure. In EMDEs, that's $2 trillion US. Now, over time, we see that before and after the pandemic, those direct transfers seem to have gone up quite a bit. Tax expenditures, we can't say with as much certainty, but we do see that those, of course, rose during the pandemic, and then although they came down, they are more elevated than the pre-pandemic level. For tax expenditures, it was just outright high to begin with. Tax expenditure costs equal more than the direct transfer costs put together in EMDEs. Over time, what does this do to the fiscal balance? Well, of course, if you look at this graph, which shows you average overall balances in EMDEs on the left-hand side in 2013, average overall balances in EMDEs in 2023 on the right-hand side, and then a decomposition of all of these different expenditure types and even revenue types that contribute to that change. Anything blue means it helped drive the overall balance in a more positive direction. And anything red or pink here shows that it drove a reduction in the average overall balance. And you can see here that these two direct transfers, especially direct transfers to households, constituted a significant increase. in deficits. What we show here is a simple experiment where we look at cases where these direct transfers to firms and households increase at any point. This includes all countries in this case, just to kind of study what happens when that's going on. The bottom bar shows you the high-level story, that roughly a third of the time, when expenditure on those direct transfers, those subsidies increases, some revenue is increasing, and that seems to explain a little bit of the gap. It's a coincident increase in revenue. A little less than a third of the time, we have a reallocation in expenditure that kind of makes way for that increase in subsidy expenditure. And arguably close to half the time, we see some increase in net borrowing. The top graph here breaks that down a little bit. We can see that 31% of the case where revenues increased, that's generally tax revenue, but we have some grants and we have some other types of non-tax revenue that also sort of fill in the gap. And these can be quite volatile and difficult to depend on. We see that when expenditure is reduced in a way that kind of makes way for higher subsidy spending, more often than not, investment is cut. And when we see that there was a net borrowing increase that fills in the gap in that fiscal identity, generally, we're not talking about a reduction from a surplus. We're talking about deeper deficit spending that coincides with this increase in subsidy spending. Now, a key question is, what is the impact on output fluctuation, on stability of the economy? In the aggregate, all these subsidies can add up to basically increased spending when the economies are already overheating, and that can be a problem. Or it can be reduced when the economy is overheating. Vice versa, if the economy is in a period of slack, we want to see generally an increase in spending to kind of bolster aggregate demand and counteract that downturn. And so we have constructed here some coefficients that basically say, is that excess subsidy spending happening when the economy's in excess itself, overheating? So if you see coefficients that move together that are very positive, that's pro-cyclical. And generally, that exacerbates fluctuations in the economy, and that's not good. We can see that among EMDEs, tax expenditures overwhelmingly pro-cyclical. Now, subsidies to firms, those direct transfers, they can sometimes be a little pro-cyclical, sometimes a little counter-cyclical. It's a little bit kind of in the middle. As far as fossil fuel subsidies, the coefficient now is on the x-axis. We see them kind of grouped over here, bunched with more frequency of country observations over towards the pro-cyclical side. So in general, we see some types of subsidies tend to be very pro-cyclical, and at best, they're a little bit acyclical, or in the middle, which is to say, not necessarily helping. The thing is, subsidies, when you count high-income countries, are the most counter-cyclical type of spending. These direct transfers to households and firms over here, which count high-income countries in the sample, compared to other types of expenditure, show that you can get very counter-cyclical with subsidies. The thing is, EMDEs are just not doing that. So we find there are issues in the design that are leading to that. These are all the types of subsidies highlighted here. Tax expenditures, as I mentioned, even in high-income countries, of course, quite pro-cyclical. So then we do an experiment. What would be the benefit of actually reducing some of this expenditure on subsidies? This is a simple thought experiment that says, in all the EMDEs where expenditure on direct transfers to firms and where fiscal costs associated with tax expenditures are above the median, we're not talking about a radical reform. We're just saying bring it down to the median, bring it down to that typical country level. In the countries where you do that, it makes the difference between negative primary balances and positive ones. So we're talking in theory about a really significant reform in the countries that need it most. Is this really feasible though? That's what we try to show here. In this analysis, we're looking at some episodes of fiscal consolidation. We have a definition of fiscal consolidation. We just need to see that primary balances are getting more positive, that we're showing that the country is tightening its belt, pulling in more revenue. During that period, what's happening with subsidies? Well, we see on the left-hand side here a lot of cases where the delta expenditure on those direct transfers goes down quite a bit. And that means they're cutting subsidies as part of their fiscal consolidation strategy. It's not too uncommon. However, there are quite a few cases where right in the middle of trying to achieve fiscal sustainability, a country dramatically increases subsidies at the same time. So we see there's some evidence it's part of the strategy, but it's not often used. However, when we look at cases where it is used, where during fiscal consolidation, we see those cuts in expenditure happening, we see that it explains over 25% of the reduction in expenditure. Basically, look at all the expenditure reduction that's happening, more than a quarter of it is because of subsidy cuts. And this is despite the fact that subsidies only make up about 12.5% of total expenditure, which is to say, when they play a role, they carry more than twice their weight. And we consider this evidence that rationalizing subsidies is feasible and even realistic in some cases. This is the last one we're going to look at here before I turn over to my colleagues again. This is a measure of the rigidity of different types of spending, where if it's more rigid, it means that type of expenditure doesn't tend to move over time very much in a country. We're just showing median results of different countries, and it's a coefficient of variation that kind of takes these expenditures of different magnitudes and kind of compares them on a level playing field to really see which one is moving a lot and which one is not. Well, some of the more classically rigid types of expenditures, like the wage bill, prove to be quite rigid in this measure. But actually, these direct transfers to firms and households are some of the most flexible kind. So taken with the fact that when they're used, they make a big deal, they make a big difference, and you see quite flexible spending in these types of subsidies, we consider this evidence that it can be a realistic strategy and the impact can be quite large. Now, I say all this just to situate the size of the spending that we're talking about when we talk about subsidies. This isn't to say that all of these need to be cut. For sure, direct transfers to households can play a very important role. This is just framing the magnitude of the savings that are possible. And then we decide, of course, through what my colleague Jaffer is about to talk about, how to assess which ones are working for you. Over to you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Eric. And thank you, colleagues, for giving us this opportunity. So I'm going to try to give a big picture perspective around some of the key principles, some of the key questions you want to be asking yourselves if you're in a position of either introducing a new subsidy or reforming an existing subsidy. And then I'll try to give some examples as we go along, and maybe in the Q&A we can elaborate on that a bit more. And also in the afternoon session, hopefully you'll see more of that in kind of even more detail. The starting point is to say that we looked in this report across more than several dozens of frameworks that are out there in the literature. These are frameworks used by single government agencies. The UK, Germany, Korea, other governments have frameworks in place for doing cost-benefit assessments of some kind around subsidies. We looked at multilateral organizations. Things like the EU does a lot of work on this because it needs to ensure some kind of way of comparing different jurisdictions within the EU, how they subsidize, so they have a lot of work around that issue. We looked at academic and policy reports, and we tried to distill what are the key principles, what are the key questions, what are the key, call it what you will, that we see time and time again across these frameworks. And this is our summary. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, we're just trying to distill a lot of ideas, questions that are being asked that we think are critical. And the first, I think my colleague has already raised, that I'll address with some questions, is to be very clear about what is the rationale for a subsidy and which subsidy instruments are the appropriate ones. And we'll discuss, surprisingly, how when we looked at the country evidence, we find a lot of vagueness when policies are introduced around this type of question. A huge effort comes into the design considerations, and we'll only briefly touch on that today or in this presentation. Then the result of your choice of instrument and how you've designed it, if you're introducing something new, you're going to try to estimate some kind of fiscal costs. If it already exists, then you will have data around that. And we have already had a presentation from Eric that gives you the sort of very helicopter aggregate view of fiscal costs across all EMDEs, but at the country level, you need to do it much more precisely and much more carefully. Then we'll discuss this notion of additionality. If you like, it's referring to what additional benefits that you're going to get from introducing this subsidy that would not have been possible without it. My colleague Mavish in the afternoon will show case studies around innovation subsidies and tell you a bit more about this notion of input additionality versus output additionality versus behavioral additionality. For today, I won't get into that. For this morning's session, I won't go into detail, but think about this idea of what am I going to get out of this, most simply, right? The subsidy that I have in place. We'll summarize some high-level implementation considerations, and the loop, of course, closes with evaluation. So, rationale and appropriateness. Some of the questions that we want to be asking and deliberating as policymakers seem very obvious, and yet again, when you look at these processes often, you don't see them at least transparently being considered. The first question is what is, most simply, the policy objective that the government is trying to achieve. And for us in this subsidy report, we are economists, right? So very clearly, let me be clear on our scope. We are focused on the economic rationale. If you have political, strategic, national considerations, we respect that. That's outside our scope, right? Now, as economists, if the objective is an economic objective, we will simplify, as my colleague was saying earlier, that principally you do it for one of two reasons, right? You're either trying to address some kind of market failure in your economy, and we'll get to controversial issues around industrial policy, perhaps in the Q&A, right? Or you're doing poverty and redistributional objectives, right? That's your economic rationale. And being clear about that is very, very important, because what we often see is, for example, during a recession, increases in subsidies that are supposedly for addressing market failures, but actually they're just some kind of disguised social protection, if you like, to firms. And they tend to be very inefficient, very ineffective, right? If you're trying to address a market failure, there's no obvious reason why, during a downturn, you need to suddenly ramp up SME subsidies in a way that is not being monitored at all. To me, it's, when I look at it, it looks more like, okay, we're trying to support businesses from failing. But let's call it that, and let's have very clear metrics of what we're trying to measure instead. No? Are you trying to do a job fellow scheme? Call it that. Don't call it an investment subsidy, right? That then doesn't attract any investment, right? So this is the, when I say being clear, I mean being very serious about the policy rationale, because then that allows us to measure results once we have clear defined criteria. Now, imagine the subsidy exists. The questions that we often don't see being asked is it still the most appropriate policy instrument to achieve the policy objective, right? 2 decades ago, you introduced a subsidy for a specific purpose, right? Let me give an example. Many countries increased tax registration thresholds on the advice of the World Bank and IMF. We admit our guilt there, right? The idea in those days was that the paperwork required for the tax authority was too big, too much effort, and the tax burden on small, medium firms is too high, so let's exclude them from the tax base and focus on the, This is a form, it's not normally thought of a tax subsidy, right? But if you're doing some kind of distortion to your tax system in this way, where you're excluding actively firms that ought to be part, you are providing a tax subsidy to those firms, right? Well, what's the trouble with that? A few decades later, we're doing digital filing Data on firms is actually critical to good design of policy, including interventions such as the job furlough scheme during COVID. If you're a country in an advanced economy with a good firm registry like the UK, you could channel your expenditure subsidy job furlough scheme through the tax system. HMRC was used. But if you're an EMDE that relied on the 2 decades ago subsidy, you cannot. Why? Because your corporate income tax subsidy, your corporate income tax base is only 5% of your firms. 95% are excluded. This is not a theoretical, by the way. If you want to look at EMDEs, good luck if they capture 5%. In many countries, it's even fewer than 5%, right? So we haven't moved on. We haven't thought through how this intervention has actually resulted in far greater problems. It's no longer appropriate, right? That's the question we want to ask about existing subsidies. Do they still make sense in today's economy? Now that we have digital means, the paper load on tax authorities is no longer an issue. Why not widen and then consider, if you want to lower the tax burden, consider a lower rate, consider some other deductions, consider other instruments that support SMEs, but keep them part of the tax net so you know who they are and you can target them and support them in more effective ways, right? So which subsidy instruments are still used and are they still the most appropriate one is the sort of question we want to ask, right? So I summarized already that the main economic rationale is, in our view, is either addressing a market failure or poverty and redistribution. On the market failure aspect, right? So there are reasons why free market economics, ideology aside, doesn't always work, right? You can call it different things, right? If you're a big fan of the free market, you would still acknowledge that the free market doesn't work perfectly, right, in certain situations. Being clear about which failure, whatever we call it, economic failure, market failure, there's different, being clear about which problem you're trying to solve in your economy is very, very important, right? About the correct design and selection of subsidies, right? A big one that you see is missing markets, right? So you're trying as an economy to essentially support the creation of a new market, a new industry in your country, right? This is a very classic example of industrial policy that we're being seeing today, right? The trouble with that is countries rush to offer subsidies like a corporate income tax holiday, right? But then, if it's in a context where you don't have the skills and you have a poor investment climate, and you've designed this tax subsidy as a tax holiday without specifying who can access this corporate income tax holiday, what ends up happening is you don't attract the new enterprises, the foreign ones that you want to come into your country to help you create this new market. The corporate income tax subsidy is captured by existing firms, right? Usually large ones. In some countries, even state-owned enterprises can access corporate income tax holidays. And you have this bizarre situation where you've rewarded the existing firms that are not in the sectors that you want to move to for no obvious benefit, right? Okay, so how is that addressing the missing market problem that you have? So this is why we want to be very disciplined about which market failure are you actually trying to address. Are you trying to address positive externality issues, right? So you want more R&D is a classic example, right, of that, because that R&D is going to create the innovation in your economy and has broader public benefits for the whole world, not only in your economy. Okay, wonderful. For that, you have to be very specific about what design issues are needed. We will talk in the afternoon about specific cost-based tax incentives, for example, or tax subsidies that target additional R&D, right? That would be a very relevant instrument if what I'm trying to address is that policy objective. So I think I am clear on the market failure aspect of the story. On the poverty and redistribution aspect, we see another problem, right, in the country experience, which is that we have two types of overly used instruments. We see a lot of use of VAT subsidies, and we see a lot of use of this kind of controlling prices through different ways that my colleague Fernando was discussing, right? So whether that's of utilities, of water, of electricity, and the two challenges that you see here, and I'll reflect on as I quickly go on, is that you often don't measure effectiveness of these measures, right? So VAT subsidies are introduced ostensibly to lower prices, yet no one's looking at our prices being lowered by these VAT subsidies. And they stay forever once introduced, right? And we'll show examples of, on the additionality problem, right? That once you're clear, if you're clear this VAT subsidy is to lower prices for X, okay, let's measure prices, and we show some of the cutting edge work of one of our colleagues in the bank that is trying to exactly examine that type of question. So it can be done, right, is one of the key points, right? And then on the controlling prices issue, you also get all sorts of unintended effects. Now you've got the price controlled, but you're creating all sorts of hidden fiscal subsidies that are not measured, and you're creating all sorts of distortions to your market. And so that's what we worry about with those types. Now, I've already addressed, I think, some of these ideas around design, indirectly through my critique around the link with rationale. So I just want to say at much quicker pace, it's really key in a subsidy design to distinguish the recipient and the beneficiary, and to figure out how you can reach the recipient and how, if at all, can you reach the beneficiary. The recipient of the VAT subsidy, in my example, is who, right? Who's actually getting the VAT subsidy? It's revenue foregone, if you think about it. It's revenue foregone that the firm, right, is capturing, where the intended beneficiary is the household consuming this good, right? It requires a bit of mental arithmetic to think through, right, recipient and beneficiary. This is, by the way, one of the reasons why in our subsidy definition that my colleague Fernando presented, we don't mention recipient or household, or, in some subsidy definitions in the literature you'll see, they will say consumer subsidies for. Implicitly, they're excluding firm subsidies that also result in in support for consumers, right? So we're neutral on who gets it in the definition, but on design, it's very important to think through who's actually receiving the subsidy. Why? Because especially in EMDE context, what we often see is we don't think about the spatial development aspect of the story. So let me give you a classic example on VAT subsidies. Say, yeah, VAT subsidies, be real, we need to control prices, I don't have I don't have a social protection system in place, I can't do direct cash transfers, VAT subsidy sounds easy. Let me do the VAT subsidy. Big problem, right? VAT subsidy only works if you're a registered VAT firm. Look at our EMDEs and what do you find? You find registration in your capital region, one or two other economic hubs. The vast majority of firms are not registered in your VAT. By definition, they're not participating in this VAT subsidy. Yet, you're trying to do, back to the rationale and appropriateness, you're trying to support the most vulnerable people who live in the regions who don't consume from stores in the formal economy, right? Who are part of this. So thinking through this recipient carefully, can I reach the recipient that I want to reach? Can I reach the intended beneficiary? Is a very important question on the design, right? Thinking through contradictory policies is even harder as a government. The classic one for energy is you see very large fossil fuel subsidies, at the same time, green subsidies. That's a classic one that's very difficult. It's not impossible to maintain both if you design them well enough, we're politically realistic, but if you don't, then you're counteracting the effects of these things. A classic one, investment subsidies, you have very high tariffs, right? Or non-tariff measures that prohibit participation of foreigners while introducing a subsidy that is trying to attract FDI. Okay, can we be consistent here? So these are some of the issues that we flag around design, right? So I already mentioned beneficiaries and recipients, I think are going to be key. I'm not going to go through all those questions, but you'll have the presentation. Now, we have this notion of fiscal costs, right? So the most classically considered question is the direct fiscal cost. But what policymakers sometimes miss out, because of lack of maybe costing of this, is the administrative costs involved in actually running a program. That can change the cost-benefit assessment of a program. And I will show you an example of an East Asia country, without naming the country, where once we introduced that, it actually changed the calculus, right? The other, even harder questions to consider is to think about fiscal costs in net terms, right? As opposed to just a static direct fiscal cost, right? So you have to think about, are you going to be generating additional revenue in future? This is the famous "it pays for itself" phrase that is used by typically firms lobbying for subsidies, right? Is that even realistic? Most elasticities in the literature often show that this pays for itself just is simply not true, right? For a lot of the big subsidies, right? So you have to consider to what extent can the subsidy pay for itself, if you like? Will it generate revenue? Versus, more worryingly, which is what we see more evidence of, that the subsidy becomes more expensive than originally planned, right? Because of either demographics or other factors in play. Let me give you a classic one. You want to subsidize, a new technology on the consumer side, EV subsidies, right? You don't put a sunset clause and you assume that EV adoption based on some industry forecast, right? EV adoption explodes far faster than you think because the cost of EVs collapses, and now suddenly you're paying far more on this EV subsidy. Imagine it's exemption of all the import VAT, import duties on the subsidy. You're paying far more than you imagined, right? This is very classic issues that we see happening as demographics or industry profile or etc. shift much more quickly than policies do, right? Additionality links to that notion, right? Because to do net fiscal costs, you have to think about, let me fast forward, you have to think about what impacts is this subsidy having on your economy. Is it correcting or addressing the market failure in question, or is the market failure still present? Is it actually helping to reduce poverty or redistribution objectives? This is where this notion of input additionality, where we're focusing on the inputs we're trying to subsidize, like more R&D expenditure, comes in place. And again, Mavish will talk about it later this afternoon. Whereas output additionality, can you actually measure more innovation, such as more patents, right? That's the kind of, is my subsidy actually attracting more output that I want to see, more innovation? Or can I, at minimum, measure the inputs? At least we're seeing more R&D expenditure. This is an example, right? What we worry about the most typically is this unintended, this known unknowns or unknown unknowns, to quote a certain famous politician from years ago, right? So we're worried about spillovers, right? These could be good spillovers, positive. We want more knowledge spillovers. What limits knowledge spillovers typically is distortions in your competition policy, for example, that often prevent good knowledge that one firm or some firms are having from going to other firms, right? Or negative spillovers are a bigger concern, right? And some link to design I want to flag, an important lesson learned that we'll also talk about later in the afternoon. In some countries, the pendulum swings the other way, in the following way. They want to be serious about subsidy design, so what do? They have a 30-page document explaining exactly how you should apply to the subsidy. The result of a very complex policy is only the large firms have the capacity to understand, hire lawyers and auditors and what have you, to make sure they access the subsidy. So inadvertently, your subsidy is excluding a large class of firms who are never going to understand it to begin with. And we see this very often. And the EMDEs complain to us, oh, in one country in East Asia, I remember we looked at it, 10 companies applied, right? It's that small, and this is a huge economy. I won't name the country, right? So this kind of complex rules can put you off if you're trying to do certain things that you want to do, right? So I want to give you an example of looking at this issue of additionality in a very serious way on the consumer side, because often we think of additionality only for firms, right? So this is a study of a colleague that looks at Argentina. It's a published paper, that's why I can name the country. And Argentina introduced a VAT rate reduction on certain goods when the economy was very hot. Prices were very high, affordability was challenged. And so they introduced this policy, right? Then for fiscal reasons that we won't discuss, Argentina had to repeal this VAT subsidy, this reduction. So it became a temporary VAT. And this is perfect for geeks like us because it allows us to look at what happened before, during, and after, right, this reform. And what you see here is the price effect chart of the subsidy for two types of stores, right? For independent stores where most of the low-income households consume, and for chains where higher income households consume. And the first thing to say is when the VAT subsidy is originally introduced, it's a direct rate cut, it's not a VAT exemption. So out of choice of instrument, it's much better to do a rate cut than it is to do a VAT exemption. You do see a lot of pass-through. There's a significant drop in prices. It's not full pass-through, but it's pretty decent. But that pass-through is very good for chains, for supermarkets that are competitive and in the formal economy. That pass-through is almost half as good, right, in the smaller stores. You see a lot more profiteering and a lot more problems trying to actually lower prices for the people who need it the most. This is the first big problem in Argentina, in this policy, right? The second problem is what happens when you repeal it. Prices go even higher than pre-reform for the independent stores. So people are worse off both ways, or in this example, profiteering is happening both ways, both during the rate cut and when rate cuts have to be repealed a few months later, the result is significantly higher prices. This is the type of analysis we want to see more of as a way to understand, are these subsidies working? We don't want, in a nutshell, to recommend to any country just remove a subsidy. We're not out there with an axe trying to do fiscal consolidation. The objective here is to think through a large expenditure category, whether it's expenditure direct or revenue foregone. Are these actually effective? Are these working? Are these efficient? What is the net fiscal cost of these measures? That's what we're trying to do, right? And let's think as a final example from an East Asia country I won't name because this is a live example. So what we're looking at here is the cost effectiveness of several measures because the government wants to increase spending in this case. It wants to provide more social protection spending, right? So what you have, the bar on the left, is a conditional cash transfer. Then you have a pension subsidy. You have some other transfers. And you have an in-kind rice subsidy, right? And sorry, this chart requires very good eyesight, but I'm giving away the answer. The marginal contribution to poverty that you see is the blue dots, and the cost effectiveness, meaning how much you're lowering poverty given how much you're spending on this program, is the black dots. And if you just did that, which is what most would do, and that's already a very good exercise, right? Your conclusion, I think, would be to probably scale up the in-kind rice subsidy. Look at the, I don't know if I have a pointer, if anyone can see my tiny pointer, right? Look at that black dot, how much higher it is, right? And maybe you would also consider the cash transfer, right? In terms of cost, if that's your criteria, right? Well, the key point is once you take into account administrative costs, the in-kind rice subsidy is so expensive to administer. You have to go around to distribute this rice, that it completely collapses the cost effectiveness measure, right? It becomes the least effective intervention of them all, right? So this is why we think that thinking about fiscal costs also in terms of administration is critical, often missed in the calculation, right? I think with that, I want to probably need to start wrapping up. So think through some key implementation questions, right? What institutional arrangements are in place to govern, implement, and monitor and evaluate your subsidy? And do the relevant agencies have the capacity, the autonomy, the technical, as well as resources, meaning the staff, to actually deliver on their mandate? So a classic problem I want to flag, since I have this unique opportunity of having policymakers in the room that we see, is often the agency, say the Department of Technology and Innovation, the Department of Trade, the agency doing the subsidy does not have access to the data for said subsidy. That's in another agency. If it's a tax subsidy, it will be the Revenue Authority. If it's some other expenditure subsidy, often the Department of Finance, right, is collecting that. And they don't share it. This is the stark reality that we see. And so, if you go to the Department of Trade or the Department of Innovation, say, guys, do you do cost-benefit analysis of your subsidy? Oh, I can't do that. I don't have any data, right? You go to the Department of Finance and you say, guys, do you? No, my mandate is to look at the budget, you know. I look at at best, I measure the revenue foregone. At best, so this institutional gap that we see in many of our countries is a huge reason why what we need to see happen, which is comprehensive cost-benefit assessment, is not happening, right? So that's one classic problem. Even more worrying for me, that problem you can solve. You can say, okay, well, wonderful, let's start working together. Even more worrying for me is that many firms' subsidies are provided by governments without requiring firms to give data in return. And that is just shocking, but happens all the time, right? So what do I mean? You're trying to incentivize innovation, right? Or you're trying to incentivize R&D, but you don't require the firm actually capturing this subsidy to give you data on how much additional R&D expenditure they have, how much innovation. So it's completely impossible. The firms will say, oh, it's confidential, you know, my information. I'm sorry, you're taking public funds and you're not sharing any data in return. To me, it baffles my mind, and yet we see it time and time again. So these type of implementation institutional considerations, when not thought through, actually have a big impact on our ability to monitor and evaluate a subsidy, which is the key question here on evaluation, right? Are we actually able, do we have a process clearly in place that says when introducing a new subsidy or for existing subsidies, that we actually are going to be doing M&E at certain stages? This is much harder, I want to be candid here. It's much harder for innovation subsidies that are targeting transformational investments over the long term, right? 10-year, 20-year cycles, very hard to measure, right? For that, usually the best advice is don't do it if you're fiscally constrained, frankly. If you're a small open economy, you're not going to compete with large economies with a lot of budget. Sorry to say, reality check. But if you have the fiscal capacity to do it, right? Typically the advice is around have a few big programs that you monitor constantly over time, right? And adopt what's referred to as a portfolio approach. Recognize you're going to lose some, right? No one can tell you, not even AI will be able to predict the future to tell you which innovations will be the ones. So that's the key message on that front. Take a portfolio approach and recognize there'll be one or two winners. And if you're monitoring, you hopefully see them early and you back them quickly. And then the losers, you quietly, you start to withdraw the funding for them. Let me sum up to say that when you're doing reforms, also, of course, political economy factors are key. In a nutshell, what you want to think about I think, here in this room, you know this better than us, is the winners and losers around this reform. And to think about the losers, how do you compensate them somehow? How can you reduce their resistance to this reform? And so that's really in a nutshell. I don't have time to delve in detail, but essentially you want credible compensation mechanisms that allow you to alleviate some of the harm from removing a subsidy if you're going to remove it or reducing it in some kind of way. Let me stop here, and I think strategic communication is another key point. But with that, let's go to Q&A.
Thank you very much for the presentation. As you outlined, subsidies are usually justified on the ground of addressing market failures and strengthening social cohesion or protection. But as you are alluding to at the end, a lot of subsidies are actually implemented on the basis of efforts to buy votes, political support, garner political support. So in a way, I was left with feeling that a really important part of subsidy reform was only briefly mentioned at the end because, you wanted to focus on the economic rationale rather than political rationale. But the reality on the ground in many countries, both developing and advanced industrial countries, is that subsidies mostly work politically. For example, during the first Trump administration, as you know, there was a trade war between the United States and China, and soybeans exports from the United States fell off dramatically. And if I recall correctly, something like $24 billion was provided to American farmers, which basically was equivalent to about 92% of the additional tariff revenue that the United States generated by imposing new tariffs on China. And it's happening once again in the second Trump administration. These farmers are not people in poverty. You don't provide these subsidies for poverty alleviation objective, but rather this was caused by a tariff war that the Trump administration initiated. And the solution to that should be not in the fiscal policy space, it seems, but rather in trade policy regime. In addition, as you were alluding to, most of the subsidies supposedly addressing market failures are limited in effectiveness in the following sense, especially when countries are targeting some industries or activities to promote. Because in order to move into more sophisticated sectors and activities, you would need to have something like coordinated development of human capital, infrastructure development, as well as industrial development. So just providing tax holidays or other subsidies to foreign multinationals or domestic firms is not going to be enough to address the problem of actually educating and training new technicians and engineers. That has to be coordinated closely with your effort to open up new frontiers on most sophisticated sectors and activities. So those are my comments on the presentation itself. And now I'd like to open it up and invite questions and comments from the floor. So if you could identify yourself and ask questions or make comments on the presentation, I'll appreciate it. So are there any questions? Yes, the gentleman in that table. So yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Nanda Esmeralda and I'm with the KDI school. I do understand the presentation from the point where you explain that subsidies can be effective to address, markets failures. But I have two aspects of my question. One is regarding market efficiency and the other regarding, addressing poverty and social problems. So with regards to market efficiency, would it not be better to, take the route of the neoclassical view that says that efficient firms would not need these subsidies to begin with? Because from a developing country perspective, what we've seen is that even with the sunset clauses, because these firms are already dependent on these subsidies, they tend to fail. We have a lot of firms who have been assisted fail, and then it's like Mr. Lee mentioned at the end. After that, the market is distorted, and even from your presentation, you showed that the inflation rate goes higher than it originally was. So assuming we have the government collaborates, say, on fiscal policy with all institutions and all agencies that they are supposed to collaborate with, they have the right data, they have the right information, and they design it properly, how do they address this specific issue? Then regarding the poverty angle, my country did, in collaboration with the World Bank, do a program of CCTs, and like Mr. Lim also mentioned, some of which was politically motivated, and they had a number of things that they wanted to address, it's just like asymmetrical information and all of that, but at the end of it, there was a skill gap that, because these people are used to, from 2016 to 2022 is a long time of having these regular incomes coming, and now they no longer come in, and there's no plan whatsoever for them. So for us as a developing country, what happened was that there was increased insecurity, because then they have to, have other means of obtaining these funds that they had. So how can what fiscal policy, I guess that would be my question, can the government address, assuming that there is genuine intention, which half of the time is not there, assuming there is genuine intention, what fiscal policy can they use to address these issues? And then regarding the final comments that you made about transferring data and requiring organizations to share data, vis-a-vis the data processing concerns and public privacy concerns, how do you reconcile that? Because then we have the GDP in the Euro, but in Nigeria is NDP. How do you reconcile the requirements to, protect public data and share same across firms? Because even if, for instance, they submit this data, most of the people who will be participating in this project are competitors. And then for us also as developing countries, one of the issues that we face is issues regarding compliance with trade policies, because the WTO frowns greatly against subsidies. So half of the time you're trying to see, is this a WTO compliant subsidy? Is this not a WTO compliant subsidy? So how do we navigate that in terms of, making these policies? Because it's just quite a thin line, if you say that you're subsidizing for firms or giving tax break to a particular sector because you want to encourage innovation in that sector, and then it becomes non-compliant.
So yeah, there were multiple elements in that, but while you are preparing to respond, I'd like to also ask the gentleman right behind her. I think he had his hand up previously, no? Yeah, okay, then, yeah, this lady.
All right, good morning. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a KDI student. Oftentimes in developing economies, we see challenges of the government offering this subsidy, but it comes in a situation of supporting their cronies, and it creates a situation for the too big to fail companies in emerging economies. And it clusters out this small and medium scale enterprise where these targeted subsidies are supposed to go to. And for example, in Nigeria, there is unconfirmed situation of expenditure problems where these waivers are given to these big companies, and the smaller companies, the SMEs, find it very difficult to survive. And in your comment, Mr. Stefano, you talked about the subsidy being all-inclusive and not categorically stated for the firms or for the individuals and the like. So how do we deal with this situation where these too big to fail companies become a certain arm of the government that enjoy these largesse and shortchange the efforts of these subsidies going to the targeted SMEs?
Good question. Yeah, the third questioner is the lady in that table. Yeah, and then we'll respond in this round to the three.
Good morning. My name is Chut Jihan Safira. I'm from Indonesia. First of all, thank you for the presentations. It was very insightful. I'm actually not an economist myself, but I work for the Ministry of National Development Plannings. So we kind of work on fiscals, but I'm not very deep on that. So my questions is going to be very general, but I have two questions. The first one is that I was so intrigued on the design, implementations, and also the policy framework for the fiscal policy that was presented at the very last sessions. So my questions would be, these are the very well measured policies that I think might take a lot of times to somewhat produce in terms of making a very well-targeted and strategic policy interventions. But my question is, what about in times of crisis, for example, like COVID-19, where we have to be responding in the sense of time urgency? What are, for example, the top 3 priority of considerations that we need to take into account while coming up with the policy interventions that is efficient and strategic? So that would be my first questions, maybe the top 3. I understand it takes a lot of more than just 3, but what are the top 3s that comes to your mind that is very important? And then the second one is that the evaluation part was also an important thing in designing or reforming the fiscal policies. And sometimes those interventions are not translated into a numbering or a quantitative impact that we can measure. For example, the well-being of the people, the social aspects that are often overlooked, and also the vulnerability aspects of the people. So my question is, how to also make sure that those vulnerability or non-quantitative measures are not overlooked in the evaluation process of overcoming and reforming the subsidies or fiscal policies in general, because it's beyond than just numbers. It's also the livelihood of the people and the well-being of the people. So I think those are the 2 questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you, Fernando or Jafar?
Eric, do you want to say anything before we take here in the room?
No, that's all right. I think most of the questions were directed at.
You are
yourself,
muted,
so
Eric.
Is that right? That's unexpected. Sorry. Over to you.
Okay, so from that, I'm going to guess we didn't hear you, but your body language suggests you're giving the floor to us. So lots of great questions. Thank you for those. I'm going to give you lots of disappointing answers. So that's my commitment here. And jokes aside, let me explain why, right? So I'm going to start from the question at the end and then generalize, right? So lady in Indonesia, I used to live and work there for many years. I think maybe you're in Bapenas, I don't know, or yeah, so great to see Indonesia here. If anything, my argument is that COVID-19 showed the importance of doing things the right way. So let me give you examples of why, right? If you didn't have a registry of households, if you didn't have the mechanisms to do a cash transfer, which by the way, Indonesia has, how good it is we can discuss, then you cannot do an emergency transfer to households. So countries were hit much harder if you look at, death rates and other kind of morbid, if they cannot reach the people they're trying to reach. So if anything, COVID-19 made policymakers realize in developing economies, we need to get serious. We need to develop a registry of who our households are so that we can intervene. In Indonesia, because you had a cash transfer set up, you were able to ramp it up quickly. I was in Indonesia during COVID. I was working with Ministry of Finance and Bappenas, etc., on the response, right? So this is one example. You can't go around. The disappointing answer here is that if you don't have the institutional setup, there's no way around that, right? You can't magically design a subsidy that will help, right? There are indirect ways, and that's why people use VAT subsidies or others, but they're very, very imperfect, right? They often don't work, right? So this is one example, right? A second example is if you don't have the fiscal space, which is why Eric's presentation is so key, you can't intervene or can't intervene satisfactorily, right? Again, if you want to see the COVID-19 response or other crises, you will see that countries with fiscal space were able to intervene much more generously or substantially, have a much stronger counter-cyclical fiscal policy response than countries that don't have the fiscal space. And often you see a mismatch between the announcement and the spending. The announcement, because the politician has to save face, promises support to everybody. The spending is very limited and can only go to a subset of households or firms because they just don't have the fiscal space, right? So this is the second kind of message. We talk about rationalizing subsidies today in a good time where you don't have major crisis. There are other crises I'm not presenting today as good times, but because if you don't have the fiscal space, there's no easy solution that I can give you during a crisis of how to intervene, right? Which gets me to the kind of broader point, the Nigeria question, right? Too big to fail companies exist typically because of other structural reform, structural issues in your economy, right? You have issues with your competition policy. You have issues with kind of sectoral policies, right? So you cannot say, how do I solve a problem in my structural, through a subsidy? And too often we see that. We say, okay, let's compensate. We hear this all the time, right? Let's compensate. I have a terrible investment climate, but I'm going to offer a subsidy. This is exactly the recipe for why these subsidies then don't end up working, which is why I have a disappointing answer there, that if you don't address some of the structural issues, it's very hard to figure out how do you do that, right? I didn't fully understand some of the concerns of the first question, right? But I want to flag data sharing and privacy. The countries that, including you mentioned Europe have privacy, Europe collect a lot of data. It's about having the institutional processes in place. Classic things, and I know the concern you raised is very real. In one country I worked in, we found that the firms were refusing to share data with government because government were going with personal laptops, and a classic competition strategy was to hire those bureaucrats by rival companies, right? So the data would be stolen this way, right? So if you don't have a proper policy in place about how do you manage confidentiality, data on systems, whether it's on the cloud, other means, but there are solutions for the privacy issues. You still need to collect important data to monitor and evaluate, right? It's not a solution to say, okay, I'm not going to then collect any data because I'm worried about privacy. So that is one. I think WTO compliance, big topic. Sorry, I can't address today, but I want to say one comment there, which is one unintended effect of WTO, I think, is that we have a lot of tax subsidies because they're hidden ways of providing support. So countries try to avoid some of the WTO subsidies that are going to get them in trouble. And so they do favored treatment through tax subsidies. And that's why we're in the mess that we're in today. And we're trying to look at global minimum taxes and all these other kinds of ways of trying to equate competition. So that is a much more complicated problem. I'll hand over to Fernando.
Yes, just to complement some of the questions and observations on that the audience made. One is the role of cash transfer or social safety net. As Jafar mentioned it, if you don't have that, you don't have a quick response to crisis. But it's not only that. If you don't have a good registry, social registry or a social safety net, some of your subsidy reforms are blocked because you need, for any fossil fuel reform that you want to do, or VAT reform, reduction of tax exemptions, you need to compensate. And if you don't have good mechanisms in place, nobody will believe that will be compensated in the future. So that is an important lesson that we got from all these studies. You need to have what is in our presentation, credible compensation mechanisms. By credible, we say that the system needs to be in place. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. You will get a lot of opposition if you want to reform fossil fuel subsidies, if you don't compensate, and to compensate quickly and almost simultaneously to the reform that you are doing. So if you are planning to have a reform of fossil fuel or on transport subsidies or other type of subsidies on water or electricity, if you want to do it, you will need to have a social safety net to compensate the losses. That is very clear. And this brings me to the political economy issues that, that you commented. That is just as a type of confession. When we were preparing the report, we had all this framework, etc. And our colleagues, our senior colleagues told us, you need to have another chapter on political economy, because nobody, if you go to the government and say, this is the framework, this is, you can identify good, bad subsidies, perfect. Most probably they already know what are the subsidies that are not working. The thing is that they are not able to implement reforms because there are political economy considerations. And this is why I think that is the other important value added of our report, is that we have a chapter on strategies on political economy issues that can help governments to solve. The idea to have strategic communications, transparency, the compensation mechanisms in place, and also the mapping of stakeholders. All this, we have a chapter that is dedicated to try to overcome. We know how difficult it is to reform, but at least some criteria and some strategies that the government can put in place when they are facing the reform of subsidies. The other aspect that is that Jafar took on tariffs and on WTO, that is true. We have one of the chapters that we have in the report, and other report of the bank shows that subsidies became much more important than tariffs as trade policies in the last 30 years. And that has several implications on that. No? That normally, and more distortions and more distortions. For example, there are countries that have tariffs to rice, for example. Several countries apply tariffs because they want to foster the industry of rice, and because ideas of food security, they want to foster the domestic sector. So they increase tariffs on rice, for example. And at the same time, the population has higher prices if you put the tariff. And what the government does is to create a subsidy for rice. So you are trying to resolve the failure that you had with other instrument that even is most distortive. And at the end, you have a very, very bad economic result on that. You have a fiscal cost. In some cases, the fiscal cost in, for example, in Philippines was so large on the subsidy on rice that the easy solution will be take out the tariff, you will have lower prices, you don't need to provide the subsidy. But at the end, they do exactly what I will call second worst option on that. You try to correct the distortion that you created with other distortions. So that is something that happened. And my last comment on firms, no, and big firms, etc. One of the problems that I see, Jafar is much more knowledgeable than me on competition, is that several tariffs for SMEs are also inefficient in the sense that they allow the survival of firms that, in fact, they needed to exist because they were very inefficient. And some subsidies are just for survival firms and create even more distortions because these firms in normal conditions need to exit markets, and that is other distortion that you promote. I don't know if you want to contradict.
I don't. I want to add to that. So this is what I made a fleeting reference to this in the presentation, but this is a key finding. The World Bank WDR also talks about this, last year's World Development Report. So this kind of maintaining firms that are not productive, offering very low wages, right? Maintaining them through forever subsidies, right? So survival firms, we're calling them. often a much better strategy, and it sounds kind of brutal, is to think through which selection of SMEs, typically medium-sized, actually have growth potential, can hire more, can expand. You want to target the support there, and you want to offer social protection for this very low kind of, we're calling them social enterprise or entrepreneur or sole entrepreneur or micro firm or different terminology. But when you look at the activity, it's typically activity more resembling a household who couldn't find a job, right? So it's much better to think through what market reforms you need, but if you're truly trying to incentivize firm growth, greater productivity, greater exports, more job creation, actually target it to those firms that have potential to grow, and then cut the support for all those that don't. They will die off, but they'll hopefully be picked up by the firms growing, and some of it will be picked up through social protection, and so expand the social protection interventions. And think about labor-specific subsidies as well as labor-specific reforms around social insurance and other types of insurance policies. So this is the type of, that's why I think we talk about being careful about the policy, because often you see SME support masked as we're trying to support productivity or exports or investment, but it's actually a lot of survival type firms just forever creating a kind of sense of dependency, which I think one of the questions was also asked about. So careful design of interventions can allow that. On the political economy, just one interesting case study that we also mentioned in our report to support what Fernando was saying. On fossil fuels, some countries actually provided the cash transfer before removing the fossil fuel subsidy. And the idea was you put money in people's banks or in their pockets, it's much less likely that they will protest, and then you can phase. But even there, the solution is not just households. As our bosses have pointed out, often you see protests from the truck drivers, for example. So being smart about this and being, okay, maybe we exempt, the subsidy can still exist for small segment, be pragmatic. I'm not going to remove all the subsidy in one go for everyone. I'm going to remove it from households, compensate with cash transfer, and I'm going to keep it for truck drivers, for example, so that they don't block the roads and cause a big protest that brings down the whole thing. So there are political economy considerations might mean you do partial reforms or second best or sequencing. That's where you have to think through these things.
Thanks. Well, Fernando's comment on political economy reminded me of what a European politician said long ago. He said, we know what to do, but we don't know how to get elected in the next election after doing the right thing. So that's the difficulty of this endeavor. There's a time difference of 13 hours between Daejeon and Washington, D.C. So before Eric fades away, are there any remaining questions or comments, especially on the part that Eric presented? Yes, Dr. Kim.
Hello, I'm Minho Kim, fellow at KDI. So thanks for the presentation. I learned a lot, and I have a quick, small question on Mr. Eric's presentation on the subsidy part. So you presented in one slide about the percentage of the GDP, the size of the subsidy, and it is quite large, it seems. And I wanted to know whether the subsidy, the percentage is larger in developed country or in other countries, because recently most subsidies, the increase was coming from the increase in these industrial policies coming from especially among the developed countries. So my question is, this problem of physical burden from subsidy may be coming more from the developed countries, because developing countries, they don't have much room to do anything, right? So this concern that we discussed today may be more relevant for developed countries, I guess. So I like to know about your stance and the answer.
Did you hear that, Eric?
I did. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you. Basically, Dr. Kim asked that. Yeah, okay.
We
can do
address
that.
You are perfectly right. In our overall absolute number calculations, we estimate that the subsidies that we know, that is a small set of all subsidies that countries have, emerging markets respond for 2 trillion, while advanced economies respond for 8 trillion. That is the calculation that we have. Of course, the 8 trillion in terms of the revenue that they collect is lower than the 2 trillion that small or emerging economies collect. If you take in percentage of revenues that we have the calculation, all the subsidies that we are able to calculate represent 25 to 30% of government revenues. That is huge. Advanced countries, even if they spend much more than emerging economies, as they have a higher tax basis and a higher economy, this in terms of ratio, the ratios are lower than in emerging economies. That will be the answer. But yes, you are right. The last increase in subsidies in the last 3 years is driven by large economies, advanced economies, in absolute terms, but in relative, they have no. And the other thing is, this is a good point, because when we go to our clients, emerging countries, they say, okay, why you don't say to the big guys that they need also to reduce subsidies? The thing is, we would like to have the influence that we can have and make the change, but also it represents less from them. No, we need expenditures needs in education, in health, in other things. While these other countries they don't have, and they have access to borrowing. No? They can lend a lot, and in our case, it's not the case. It's not the case for our countries.
I just want to second that. I'm reading a response from Eric, by the way, in writing. So this is, I'm channeling a much more knowledgeable colleague. So the key point, if you recall in his slide to emphasize, is that tax expenditures are a much bigger share, right? And they're often not thought of as part of the subsidy category, right? So you may be right in terms of direct transfers. Maybe my budget capacity looks more limited, but unfortunately what we see in EMDEs is that they're going to rely on TEs, right? Much more tax expenditures. And it's much less transparent, right? It's and far less monitored both on the fiscal side, but also on the cost-benefit side that I wanted to emphasize. So both because their bases are lower, but also because of the choice of instrument. You know, the advanced economies will do matching grants. They will do large subsidized credit, subsidized finance. They will do, others. What you see in EMDEs is tax expenditures. What you also see, by the way, that we haven't costed, remember the graph, the chart that Eric showed of the bubbles, You see things like land given for free for 50 years, right? No costing of what does it mean to just grant a huge amount of land, right? So you see that developing economies also do a lot with what they have, but it's not, unfortunately, monitored or transparent. And then we get considerations about political capture and et cetera that become more serious.
A last comment from my side on this type. We have in the report one chapter on subsidies to water and sanitation sectors in urban water and sanitation services. And there are very interesting findings. The first is that it's very regressive in the sense that the people that receive the subsidies are in cities that have water networks well established. You go farther from their own cities and where poor people live, they don't receive this subsidy at all, because even they are not connected to the networks. So that is an aspect of income distribution. But more important to that, when you ask, okay, if I expand my networks to cover or universal coverage of water, When we calculate the subsidy at that time, it will be impossible to get because it goes to 8% of GDP, only the subsidy on water and sanitation. Why? Because already you have a distortion and a big cost that you have with the lower tariff to cost, that if you plan to expand to benefit the poor, will be impossible to do that because it will be too expensive with the current tariffs that they have, or with the current subsidy that you have on water. So we made the calculation for Nairobi, for example, comparing how Nairobi would have the same coverage of Santiago de Chile in South America, the same coverage in water and the same type of services, 24 hours, 7 days, etc. For Nigeria, this would mean 10% of GDP with the current structure of tariffs that they have. So basically, you are also, with your subsidy policy, you are detaining the expansion of the networks and investment on that you can. So that effect that is not fiscal observed now because they are not spending the 10%, they are spending 1%. But if they want to expand, it will be non-affordable. And second, you cannot expand because you have the system, so it's tricky. And this subsidy is intended to benefit the poor population that don't have how to pay for water service, etc. You see how is the contradiction, even if the objective seems to be very valuable, no? That you want to have universal access to everybody.
Going back to Dr. Kim's question, I mean, if subsidies in EMDEs, emerging markets and developing economies, are $2 trillion out of about $30 trillion in their GDP, and advanced industrial countries provide $8 trillion in subsidies out of $95 trillion in GDP, then ratio is higher for advanced industrial countries, right? I think. Isn't it?
No, don't think so.
Why not?
No, I don't know how much is the GDP of advanced.
Oh, it's not that simple. Okay.
Because it's the median.
Okay. It's not straightforward average. Okay. All right. That brings to conclusion our first session on reforming subsidies. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let's give a round of applause for Fernando, Jafar, and Eric. And I'll hand the mic over to you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another big round of applause to our moderator and speakers. We will now take a break for lunch. The second session will begin at 1:30. So please be sure to be on time, and lunch will be served at your table. So we hope you enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now begin session 2 titled Reforming Subsidies in Emerging Markets and Developing Economies. In this session, we will explore practical experiences in subsidy reform across EMDEs. May I now invite our session moderator, Dr. Chul Liu, professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, to the stage. And joining him are our speakers, Mr. Eduardo Antonio Jimenez Sandoval, Dr. Mavish Shokat, Dr. Yan-Jan Zhu, and Mr. Jafar Al-Rikabi, along with our discussant, Dr. Min-Ho Kim. Please note that Mr. Sandoval and Dr. Shokat will be joining us online. Dr. Liu, now the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 2 of the KDI School and World Bank Conference on Public Policy. I believe that you had a very delicious lunch, right? So now we're going to start session 2. Session 2 has 2 virtual presentations and 2 on-site presentations, and we have 1 discussion. So I can give 15 minutes for each presentation, and I can give just 10 minutes for the discussion. Today, we have 4 very distinguished speakers. Dr. Eduardo Antonio Jimenez Sandoval from World Bank, and Dr. Mahivish Shaukat from World Bank as well. And We have Professor Yan Jianju from Zhejiang University. And finally, we have Dr. Jafar Al-Rikabi from World Bank. And finally, we have Dr. Mino Kim for our discussion. Okay. This afternoon, we will explore how governments use fiscal tools like tax incentives, innovation subsidies, and government funds to drive innovation and investment. And I will give my microphone to the first presenter. And let's begin our first presentation by Dr. Sandoval from the World Bank.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Jimenez. I'm an economist at the World Bank at the Investment Climate Unit, and I'm happy to have today the opportunity to present about corporate investment incentives here, although virtually, but we're going to have a nice presentation going through these topics. And we're going to go through 3 steps. The first one, we're gonna show about the current trends and what's happening with incentives in the world and some aspects of incentives. Then we're gonna look at design aspects because designs matter for having efficient and effective incentives. And finally, we're gonna zoom to a case study in the case of Singapore to see how good practices have been implemented. So let's start now. First, incentives are popular. They are used across the world, and we have found in our World Bank corporate income tax incentives database that covers over 45, actually 48 economies through a time series that the use of incentive has increased through time. And for example, as we can see here, developing economies have increased from 40 incentives offered average in 2009 to 60 in 2020. And recent studies from the OECD show that this trend has continued. And not only in developing economies, also high economies have increased their offering of incentives. Incentives are popular. They are used for boosting investment, promoting job creation, uh, incentivizing, for example, the implementation of energy efficient technologies, among many other goals. And that's why they're popular, but sometimes they're seen maybe as a panacea. But are incentives an effective and efficient tool for achieving these goals? Well, let's go through these points to help us see some first insight. For an incentive to be effective, we needed to target a market failure, to have a clear policy rationale. Incentives are more effective when they have a clear and they directly address a problem, a market failure, or distortion. And we've seen cases where they're effective, like R&D or technology transition related incentives, among others. Um, but incentives by their own usually are not as effective. They're a complementary measure, and they need to be seen as part of a larger strategy alongside broader policies such as infrastructure, education, and financial sector reforms. The idea is that we need to have a strong or improving investment climate, and with that, incentives can come along. But incentives also come with risks and limitations. They can be a waste of public resources if they're not targeting firms that create more jobs or create more investment. If we're giving them just to firms just because, then it's not an efficient use of resources. They can also distort markets, choosing winners and making it harder for new firms to to join the markets. They can create fiscal costs or compliance costs. They come at a risk, and we need to consider that when in implementing or considering the implementation of incentives. And they have, and for that comes the policy design. So we need to think about to having a clear diagnostic, thinking about the real constraints beyond the market failure and looking at the risks. for it to be more efficient. And as I already mentioned, they're rarely sufficiently efficient on their own. They need to be part of a development goal, thinking about, as I mentioned, infrastructure constraints, education and skills constraints, financial or government constraints that need to be part of the development strategy. Together with that, we need to consider if the incentive we're offering is the best tool. And how can we do it? By comparing it with other alternative tools. For example, maybe having a competitive safety taxation for the context of the country is an option. Maybe offering some public investment or regulatory reforms can be better tools for addressing the problem. And we can compare which one can be more cost effective and what can provide a more lasting results. And this is important because incentives come with a cost. They have a revenue foregone cost, as the taxation that is directed, that is not received by government due to offering the incentives, but they also come with hidden costs, like compliance costs, monitoring costs, complexity costs. So they need also to be considered. And as revenue foregone goes, they can be expensive in some countries. Revenue foregone for CAT incentives can go up to 4%. And in fiscally constrained economies, there's an opportunity cost, and that makes it really important to make sure that the incentives actually deliver results for the money and the cost they are taking. And that's where design comes into relevance. So let's think a little bit about a framework that can help us better target incentives and make them more strategically and help us be more effective. So first, as you can already imagine, the point A is to have a well-defined policy objective. As I mentioned before, there needs to be a policy rationale, a market failure we want to target. And that has to be clear and hopefully tied to indicators that are measurable and trackable through time. We want to target firms that can actually create more jobs, create more investment, that can make or that are in the affected by the distortion or the market failure. For that, we want to have a targeted eligibility criteria. We need to know the firms we want to target. And then we need to think about the instrument within CIT or tax instruments. We have tax holidays, accelerated depreciations, tax credits, allowances. We have several tools, and we need to compare them to see which one is better targeted for the objective and for having the best cost-effective results. And also, as I mentioned, compared to other instruments, maybe beyond or outside the CA or tax incentives. Finally, or the next step is having rigorous monitoring evaluation. We don't only want to track the expenses, but we want to make sure the incentives are actually hitting the mark and delivering results. And if they're not, well, this monitoring and evaluation exercise can help us understand if there are space for improvement of the incentives or we need to phase them out. And with that, having a clear exit policy that allows for predictability and having a clear and predictable way out is important. To manage all this, we need, of course, a strong government with rule-based administration and a strong governance that is transparent and can manage this efficiently without also increasing any cost and doing it supporting the job of the firms and the dynamism of the market. Now, zooming into the incentives design aspect, I would like to highlight that we can have profit-based incentives, which target the tax liability based on profit levels. The more profit, the more tax liability they will be foregone. Examples are tax holidays, reduced VAT rates, or exemptions on a specific income tax. On the other hand, we have cost-based incentives that they target the tax liabilities through investment expenses or training expenses, and then reducing, for example, the training cost or the capital cost. They include accelerated depreciation, tax credit, among others. These type of incentives are considered to be more efficient as they directly link the incentive to the amount. For example, the more investment the firm uh, does, the more the revenue foregone they will receive, providing also a better tracking as they need to provide information to receive the incentives, and they are also less prone to profit shifting as it's targeting so then offering better value for money, among other reasons. And we see high income or advanced economies having a higher uptake of these incentives or offering uh, as part of their incentive systems from 55 in 2009 to 2020 to 71% in 2020, an increasing use of this the trend in contrast with developing economies, which has been about 40% but decreasing during the same period of time. And this is important to consider because we invite to look at these key criteria with this like maybe developing economies could consider more cost-based incentives as they offer more value for money and consider which incentives they really need to implement. And in particular for income-based incentives, but for all incentives, consider limits and restrict the cost for use. Consider targeting, understand the firms, know if they need a narrow or broad base, consider exactly how what is the need and what is the type of firms, sectors, and areas they need to target. And that will increase tax certainty. Knowing what is your base, knowing the firms you're targeting clearly will increase tax certainty and limit unintended consequences. And generosity needs to be in line with what is being offered. In some cases, we might need more generous incentives, for example, for more risky investments, longer returns, but in other cases, not. So let's think about that and limit excessive generosity and maybe consider carry forward and other provisions that allows for capping a year revenue foregone but while still keeping the incentives embedded. So now let's zoom into Singapore really, really fast. Some key aspects of the economy is that they have a 70% of VAT rate, the lowest in the ASEAN region, and it's complemented with tax incentives and other free trade zone incentives. They have a legal framework that is based into acts and is clear and centralized, easy to access for investors, and they have an administration with clear mandates and with two bodies that are easy access and with are directly managing this. And finally, I would like to highlight they have a clear policy objective. They want to attract high value firms that through local spending, skill jobs, R&D, and advanced technology. All of these aspects can be mapped to an indicator that can be measured and tracked through time. And that, as a first good practice, takes us to looking at a set of dimensions and good practices of how incentives have been implemented in Singapore. First, they have a competitive rate, which is calibrated to their fiscal and country-specific needs. In the case of Singapore 17, can be a higher rate depending on the needs of each country. They have a centralized system with two main bodies and agencies that clear administer this, making it easy for investors. And investments are granted through coordinated industry-based approach under strong administrative oversight. So the government is participating constantly. And this takes us to a point that is key, strong monitoring and reporting mechanism. They don't only track the incentives, they do public budget evaluations, making it even more transparent and accountable. And incentives are part of a larger strategy. and they are supported by non-tax factors and aspects like high-skilled workers, great infrastructure, and stability. They have worked to get to provide a good investment climate together with the incentives. And that takes us to the next point. Complementary investment. Investment environment is key. So the strategy takes us to a better environment, making the investments and the incentives more attractive. And that takes us to a coherent policy, that a strategy also it is predictable, a stable system guided with long-term industrial strategy that helps firms do long-term investments. And that is also key. Finally, they have an evaluation and learning process. They have regular ex-ante and ex-post evaluation, and incentives are tied to measurable outcomes. To receive the incentives, you need to perform as expected. And that takes us to the last points that I would like to highlight, things that I would like to everybody to keep in mind. Think about to target a real market failure and having a clear policy rationale, strengthen accountability and coherence, monitoring and evaluation, and keep track of goals, prioritize cost-based mechanism, define clear eligibility and performance criteria, know who you're targeting, know the firms you want to reach to, and enforce limits. And as I mentioned again, and I will continue mentioning as many times needed, good monitoring and evaluation system that helps keep track of the costs and improving the incentives or seeing if they need to be phased out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our second presentation is also virtual.
Thank you very much. My name is Mavish Shakit. I'm an economist in the Development Research Group at the World Bank, and I'm going to be talking about subsidies for innovation. This is based on work with my colleagues Miriam Brunn, Xavi Serrera, and Mariana Uyuti. So first, why innovation? And this is a pretty easy question to answer. There's broad consensus that innovation is critical for long-term growth and for development. And one easy way to see this is to just look at the development trajectories of advanced economies today. And pretty much for each of these countries, you see innovation in the form of the invention of new goods and services, the transfer, adoption, and utilization of existing technologies, and the upgrading of processes and management. All of these factors have been important for firm productivity and growth. So it's not a surprise, if you look around the world today, that many countries, and especially many middle-income countries, have adopted widespread innovation policies in the hopes of catching up with these higher-income countries. And so we have agreement that innovation is important, but we have less consensus on exactly how do you do innovation policy. And so this is what I'm going to be focusing on today. I'm going to give kind of a bird's eye view of what to think about when we think about innovation subsidies, and talk about some of the design considerations. And you'll probably see me echoing a lot of the best practices that Eduardo mentioned. The tax incentives that he focused on are a subset of innovation subsidies when they're targeted towards, for example, R&D. But I'll also highlight a few of the particular considerations that come up when we're thinking about innovation and some of the policy instruments in particular. Okay, so first, why should the government intervene? And so from an economic perspective, there's kind of two classical rationales, right? So there's the knowledge or technological spillovers rationale. And the idea there is that, firms that are doing innovation, that are doing R&D, would benefit other firms in their network or, the firms that they're connected to through input-output linkages, let's say. But firms don't incorporate these kind of social returns into their decision frameworks, and so they don't end up investing enough. And so you need the government to kind of step in and align private incentives with the social returns. There's other kind of market failures as well that we could think about, right? So there might be information asymmetries or uncertainty in credit markets. So firms can't access enough finance, and so they're not able to do sufficient investment or innovation, and so we don't get to kind of the socially optimal levels. And then finally, there's kind of the less classical rationale from a theoretical perspective, but it's no less important. So again, as Eduardo highlighted, countries need complementary factors for investment and for innovation in particular, right? So you need human capital, you need infrastructure, you need a good base of existing technology, you need market demand, you need good institutions. And so we might think that, governments can step in to kind of address those system failures directly to support innovation kind of in a more indirect way. And so, that's kind of the rationale. And so how do subsidies work in this framework? And the key idea is that subsidies are supposed to create additionality. And what this means is basically if the government is stepping in, the number of innovation projects or the success of innovation projects should be greater than if we were in the world where the government did not step in. And so we can think of kind of three margins of response that we might see in data or in evaluations. So we might have input and additionality. So if I have a tax incentive for R&D, do I see an increase in R&D investment or technological inputs? We might see a change in output additionality, so actual innovation, right? So do I see patents increasing, for example, or do I see firm outcomes such as productivity or the size of the firm changing? And then you might also have changes in kind of how the firm is behaving. So it might be that to benefit from a particular subsidy, a firm has to change its management practices. And that might end up having an additional effect on productivity. So as with any subsidy, measuring cost is very important. But it can be tricky. So there's direct cost, right? So how much support is the government giving? How many firms are getting that support? And of course, there's kind of the program or administrative costs of running the subsidy program. But there's also, a lot of indirect costs that are much harder to measure. But at least conceptually, it's good to keep these indirect costs in mind. And so let me just kind of highlight two. So the first is, you might have market distortions happening because you have, if you think about it, some firms are going to receive government support and others are not. And so this is going to put some firms at a disadvantage, and it might prevent the exit of inefficient firms if they're being supported by these subsidies, or it might prevent the entry of newer or more productive firms. And then maybe a little bit less intuitively, you can have downstream effects on other markets. So there's this great study, it's from more than 20 years ago, but it kind of documents that a subsidy program, an R&D subsidy program in the US, actually just mostly led to higher salaries for skilled workers. And then ultimately, this ended up having implications for the labor market more generally for these skilled workers. And so I think thinking of these kind of non-intuitive or more indirect costs is very important for these types of subsidies in particular. Okay, so I've been a little bit vague about what do I mean by subsidies for innovation. So let me be very concrete. There's three kind of very common types. So you have grants and matching grants, you have loans, and then you have tax incentives. And these are, the ones that are most commonly used in most countries, and it's what we have the most empirical evidence for. There's a host of other types of policies as well. So procurement, business advisory services, and vouchers. The grants, loans, and tax incentives in particular, one thing to keep in mind is that they create price distortions. But you do have innovation policies. So for example, business advisory services that don't. And so you'll see me a little bit later echoing kind of the advice that Eduardo was highlighting is that, countries should think of complementary policies, a broad policy mix to support innovation. And then very quickly, measuring the extent of subsidies is always challenging, but just to give you kind of a sense of the magnitude. So I have one example here of the 2022 innovation budget for Thailand. And you can see, this is just disaggregating the share of spending on different categories. And the majority, about 33%, went to R&D. And about half of that in this particular year was kind of the typical R&D projects, and half for more targeted R&D projects towards green industries and green technology. And then we can also think of, tracking, tax incentives for R&D in particular. And so this is a chart showing for a sample of about 40 or so countries, the number of tax programs for R&D. So this is income-based or profit-based regimes, as well as the implicit subsidy rate. And we see both that over time, in the past 25 years or so, both the number of regimes has increased, and the implicit subsidy rate has almost tripled. So these policies are becoming more widespread and more important over time. Okay, one thing though to keep in mind is that even though these are large amounts, if we benchmark it to total subsidy spending, the share spent on R&D support is actually still pretty small. So this is a sample of mostly high income and also some middle income countries that's measuring the share of R&D support, the ratio of that to total subsidy spending. And we can see that in most countries that share doesn't really exceed 5%. Okay, so subsidies for R&D. I'm going to do kind of a quick deep dive about two of the instruments. The first two, so grants and matching grants. And just as kind of a recap, grants are funding from public agencies directly to firms to finance particular innovation projects. In the case of matching grants, the public agency will match a percentage contribution of the project spending by the firm. And then loans, of course, this is direct debt financing to support innovation. It's often done at subsidized rates. It's a little bit less frequently used for R&D projects, but it's still used in some contexts. And then, of course, tax incentives. This is a subset of the type of instruments that Eduardo was focusing on, but these are targeted in particular to R&D. And one of the kind of the key things to keep in mind is that for the first two instruments, the government typically selects the project that the firm will do. So the firm is going to apply for a grant or a loan, and then the government is going to step in and say which projects are going to get the funding and which are not. And that's different from the case of tax incentives, where generally the firm can decide what it wants to spend on. And so what this means is that getting targeting right, the targeting of firms right for grants and loans is very important. So as I mentioned earlier, we want our subsidy, our innovation subsidies to maximize additionality. So we want them to support investments that are going to generate positive returns. And we also want to minimize redundancy. So we don't want to support investments or R&D spending that would have happened even in the absence of government intervention. And so what this translates to in practice is ideally we want to target kind of a middle group of firms. So not the firms that have a high probability of innovation success, because they're probably going to innovate anyway, and not the firms that are on the other end of the distribution that have a very low probability of success, because even with the government support, they're probably not going to succeed. And so this targeting problem is really important because, one, if you get targeting wrong, you're going to waste public resources, but it can also have, more widespread consequences. So I mentioned market distortions. You can end up supporting inefficient firms. You can end up crowding out private investment. So that's kind of, theoretically, what should you do? And of course, the challenge is in practice, how do you identify this middle group of firms? And so we know from kind of other contexts that this is a very difficult problem. And so, trying to figure out which firms are likely to grow is hard for experts. It's hard even with machine learning, sophisticated machine learning models. It's hard for bureaucrats. The other thing to keep in mind is that you might end up inadvertently affecting who ends up getting a subsidy just through the subsidy design. And so what ends up happening in a lot of cases is that subsidy programs have high costs to apply. So you might have high upfront costs in terms of the application or high cost of reporting requirements. And so you might end up, just because of that feature, end up selecting larger firms or end up selecting the same firms over and over again. Or you might have some, variation in who knows about the program and who doesn't. Maybe it's more politically connected firms that know about the program and end up benefiting. And this is pretty important, because what the evidence is showing is that the firms that you might end up excluding because of subsidy design might actually be the very firms that are going to benefit the most from these programs. And so one nice way to see this is a recent study of a program in Brazil. So this is a study done in 2024, so it's very new, but it's looking at one particular program, the Funding Authority for Studies and Projects, that provided a mix of grants and subsidized credit to firms developing new products, services, and processes. And the way it works is that a firm submits a proposal, and then you have a panel. And in this case, the panel consists of people from the government, from academia, from the patent office, and they assess the project. So they have some predetermined criteria depending on the project's feasibility, the quality of the research team, whether the firm has been successful innovating in the past. And they give these firms a score, and some firms end up getting the subsidy and others don't. And these are very large-scale subsidies. So on average, they're about 10 times the yearly wage bill of firms. And firms have 2 years to kind of complete the project. And so these particular subsidies were targeted explicitly towards the manufacturing sector. And so you can see on the right that they did do a good job of targeting firms in manufacturing. And so the authors came in and said, okay, let's evaluate the impacts of this program. And so they matched the firms that received the subsidy to comparable control firms, and they kind of looked at what happened before and after the firm received the subsidy. And so I'll show these two graphs here because you can kind of see this pretty nicely. So the graph on the right, on the left, is showing the change in the number of patents after a firm received a subsidy, and you can see a sharp increase and a sustained increase. And then on the right, you see the number of scientists. And so overall, they're estimating positive changes in innovation outputs, as well as the diversity of products that the firm produces. And what they find in particular, and this is what is supported by a lot of other empirical studies in this space, is that these effects are larger for financially constrained firms. So the type of firm that's receiving the subsidy is very important, and that's also why you want to make sure in your subsidy design that you don't end up excluding those firms. Okay, so my colleague spoke about tax incentives already, so I'm not going to spend time on that. But one thing I just wanted to highlight is that most countries are using a mix of both direct and indirect support. And so this figure is just showing the share of indirect support through tax incentives as a proportion of total support for a number of different countries. And we can see, countries are using a mix. There's not much correlation between the type of instrument and GDP per capita. And so this suggests that, policy mix could be driven more by preferences, by development objectives, by institutional capacity, rather than just income on its own. Okay, so I'll conclude, and I'm going to echo a lot of what Eduardo was already saying, kind of, the key takeaways. And so the evidence base for subsidies for innovation is growing. We need more studies, particularly focused on middle-income countries. So there's a lot more to learn, but we can still kind of develop some broad guidelines that we can take from what we know already. And so first, as I said earlier, targeting is important. And even if identifying, that middle group of firms is difficult, policymakers can still engage in what we call facilitated targeting. So simplify the application procedure, simplify reporting requirements, create agencies to support smaller firms. So basically level the playing field so you don't exclude the very firms that could generate higher returns. And then related to that, protect competition. So make sure that subsidy programs are transparent, the rules are clear to everyone, they're pretty stable, so that you have a level playing field for firms to apply. Third, coordination with broader fiscal policies and regulations are important. And so one thing I didn't get into, but is very important, is of course if you're spending on these programs, this is going to have consequences for other parts of the fiscal system. And so if a country has very limited fiscal space and you introduce an R&D tax incentive, that's going to create some pressure to compensate either by adjusting spending or raising taxes from other sources. Fourth, consider the soft industrial policies that I mentioned at the very beginning. So, the advantage of many of those is that they don't have these price distortions. And there's some emerging evidence that they're actually pretty effective in boosting investment and innovation. So these are key. And then finally, I'll close, monitoring and evaluation is always critical, not just for the country to correct course, but then also on building on our knowledge base on what works and what doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third presentation will be delivered by Professor Ian Jianzhu.
So, can I step down to the presentation? Sure. Okay. So, as a professor, I prefer to stand here to the presentation. First of all, I thank KDI School to provide me the opportunity to do the presentation. It's amazing conference. I learned a lot in the morning from the speakers, and at the lunch I talked a lot with the Mr. Andrew Scove, and we talked a lot about the some topics and the potential collaborative opportunity in the future. Today I'm going to share with you a case in China. In the morning I have a comments about about the speech. I think that for different countries, for the different developing countries, they are developing at a different stage, and the fiscal subsidy policy should be different. And in China, we are reforming from the fiscal subsidies to the government funds. This case, I think, does not apply to the other countries in the world, and I think it's also cannot apply to some other provinces in China. It's very unique in the Zhejiang province. And the case is about the Shaoxing of Zhejiang province of China. Can I take this? First of all, let's take a look at the map. Zhejiang province is the small province in terms of the land, the area. However, it's a large province in terms of the GDP. And the Shaoxing is, I am marked with the red, is one of the areas of the Zhejiang province. So the first part of my presentation will be about the fiscal subsidy policies in Zhejiang province. This is the province level policies to support the high-tech industries. You can see in China in previous years, in previous 30 to 40 years, the Chinese government, they provide the fiscal subsidies to the traditional industry, right? But now they are going to supply the fiscal subsidy to the high-tech industries. And for the Zhejiang province, you can see for the SMEs with the technology, I do not know exactly what how to define the technology here. But for these firms, the Zhejiang province will provide 10,000 to 30,000 RMB to these firms. And also, you see here, the 100% additional deduction for R&D expenses for these firms. And for the high-tech enterprises, and they provide the, you see here, the 200,000 and to 600,000 RMB. And also, the corporate income tax will be reduced from around 25% to 15%. And then, plus 200 additional deduction for R&D expenses to support these firms. And in China, we pay much attention to the, in Chinese we call 专精特新. These firms, these enterprises, they use specialized and sophisticated technologies to produce new and unique products. And for these firms, the policy they provide very huge subsidy to these firms, right? And these firms have the priority to be added to the government procurement list. And for the little giant, for the new English enterprise, and the government also provides very, very huge reward to these firms. Okay, and this is the policies at the province level, right? And then for the Shaoxing is one of the, I think, 11 areas of the Zhejiang province. And for this small area, they also provide additional support to the subsidies to these firms, and for provide additional rewards or subsidy to those SMEs with technologies and the high-tech enterprises, little giant, high-tech enterprises, and the 专精特许 enterprises. Also provides rewards or subsidy to future industries, including the synthetic biology and quantum information. And they support key technology breakthrough, corporate R&D center, and the key laboratories. And this is our policy at the a local area level. Okay. In addition, I think for each area and for most of the counties of China, they have some support. Support those firms they are going to IPO, public listed, and for Shaoxing, they support the firm's IPOs. And if the firm they complete the filing process with the Zhejiang Securities Regulatory Bureau, they will provide 300,000 reward to these firms. This is a very initial stage, right? Just submit the file documents to the local, the regulatory government department. And if they submit the IPO application materials to the officially submitted to the central government, to the exchanges, and then they will receive 1 million reward from the government, from the Shaoxing government. And if these firms are successfully listed publicly on domestic exchanges, they will receive 1.7 million, a very, very, very huge reward. However, according to our study, we think the government, the physical subsidy is inefficient in China now. I think in most areas in China. And we submit many reports to the local and the central government. We call for reform of these policies. We think that these physical subsidy policies, they will cause much administrative cost. And in the morning, I heard a speech by, I think, Ralph this morning. He said, for the government, the party target is some small firm, right? However, these small firms, they do not have the power to submit the documents to the government to apply for the support. So now in China, in some cities, some industry appears. This industry, they provide some service. They prepare the documents for the small firms, and they are they are experts in cheating the government, right? So this is not good. And in China, the State Council, earlier this year, they passed these regulations of State Council on regulating intermediary institutions providing services for public offering of firm shares. And they say local government at all levels shall not reward issuers or intermediaries based on the results of IPO and stock listing. And actually, we do a study. We run a very simple regression study. We include the IPOs in between the 2014 and 2021, and we exclude the finance and the real estate firms And we collect the data about the subsidies in the 2 years before IPO and the year of IPO. And in the first table, we can see this table is about the relationship between the subsidies and the ROEs around IPO. A very, very interesting result you can see here. For the firms with very lower ROEs before the IPO, they receive higher subsidies, right? Why? I don't know why. Because these firms might, let's say they are high-tech firms. The ROE is lower, but they need support, right, to go IPO. That's a story, but I don't think so. Because let's take a look at the second table. We study the relationship between subsidies and the delta ROE. That means the change of ROE around IPOs, around the year they receive the subsidies. We can see here, for the firms, they receive higher level of subsidies. The ROE, the delta ROE, is still significantly lower. That's very strong evidence to tell us the government subsidies are inefficient in China now, right? Okay, so what can we do to reform this poverty system? Okay, so I also focus on the Shaoxing because the system is very, very huge. So I do not know exactly what happens in the other areas, but I study Shaoxing. In this area, so we think that the role of government fund is very important. You can see I'm not sure whether you have been to the Shaoxing, the Zhejiang province, a very beautiful province. And the left side picture is the traditional style of Shaoxing, and the right side is the modern style of Shaoxing. And the GDP per capita of Shaoxing is around $21,700. So that's high, right? And they have over 100 listed firms. Okay, so for the Shaoxing, the traditional industry is the textile and the dyeing. And you know, for this industry, for the past 30 to 40 years, the government put much resources to support this industry, right? However, in nowadays, you see the main industry in Zhejiang province, you can see the main means they might account for over 50% the market share of the whole world, you see? Okay, so actually in some industries in the village of Zhejiang province might account over 60 to 80% of the whole world. Okay, so here you see if the government, they put much resources to support the industry. And this industry, they are highly polluted, right? Dyeing industry. And this industry consists of many, many small firms, the husband and the wife, they do the operation job, right? And the competition is very low, very high. And they compete with low price, with not R&D, with not how to reduce the pollution. They have no incentive to reduce pollution. They have no incentive. They cannot cover the cost of the innovation in R&D. So the industry, the value added to the industry is reducing, right? And then for the market, the share of the industry in Shaoxing now is high. However, for the government, they need to reduce the share of the traditional industry and increase the share of the high-tech industry. Okay, so they enhance the standards for environmental protection. And many small firms, they need to disappear from the market, right? And the government, they do the training of the laborers, of the people of the industry, and transfer to the other industries. Okay, so for the Shaoxing government, they need to attract some new industry. They target the IC industry, the biology industry, and the medicine industry. But you know how to attract, right? Okay, so that's important. Okay, so let's take a look at a firm. The firm is the UNT firm. The firm is the government need to attract this firm into Shaoxing and to promote the high-tech industry of Shaoxing. this firm is a leading player in power discretes and modules, such as, I do not know the terms, but this firm is a potential competitor of Samsung. Okay, very good the firm in China. Okay, so and this UNT firm operates globally. So how to attract? So the government fund lead the investment, right? So in the March 2018, this firm is established, and the government fund, they hold 68% of the shares. The government fund is normally operating in the form of the partnership and the LP. That means the fund contributor is from the fiscal departments and the SOEs. Okay, so here, and if the firm, the share of the firm is dominated by government, I mean if the government hold over 90% of the shares, not good, it's not good. Because the government, they do not know which industry has a good future, right? So they need to collaborate with the CVC, that's the corporate venture capital. And the CVC here is SMIC, is also a competitor of Samsung. It's the semiconductor industry. Okay, and this is for the established in this year, and then the firm was listed in the typo here should be listed in May 2023. So this firm was listed, and before last year, you can see the revenue of the firm increased dramatically. And the ROE and ROA also increased. However, till last year, the firm, the ROE and ROA is still negative, right? No profit. And the gross profit of the firm is now around zero. And the market expects the firm will earn profit in the next 1 or 2 years. Okay, I see. So, and very important for the firm, for the government fund, to reduce their controlling, right? You see here? So reduce the controlling, the shares they hold from that high to now only over 13%, right? Because if the government dominates the firm, the efficiency will be greatly affected. Okay, so last slide is about for the local government, they also need to use the government fund to develop from one firm to an industry. And a merge acquisition will be used by the government fund to support the whole industry development in this area. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for rushing you. Our final presentation will be delivered by Dr. Al Rikabi.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to rebel against myself, and I'm not going to present these slides. I'll point to some of them, possibly, if I can have the clicker at some point. But what I'm going to try to do, I'm cognizant that we're behind time, and we've already had 3 excellent presentations, right? So I'm going to compete with the discussant, and I'm going to share some summary reflections and thoughts, right? And it's because my title is trying to distill some lessons from emerging market development economies, EMDEs, on subsidies. I think the first kind of slightly conceptual point I want to raise that you've heard today in different ways is that when thinking about firms, right, not the poverty distributional. For this session, we've been focused on firms and innovation, investment, productivity. So the first message I want to leave you with is this idea that we have a tension with subsidies, which is on the one hand, we're trying to use this instrument, this type of policy, many instruments, to address market failures. On the other hand, we're worried about the risks, and the risks are government failures, as well as firm and unintended firm behavioral responses, right? So I think that tension is at the heart of a lot of the design considerations. What do we mean when we say government failures? We heard in the earlier session Some subsidies could be used for vote buying. Some subsidies could be subject to elite capture. These are all types of government failures, right? What do I mean by unintended behavioral responses? We heard how some companies might cheat to try to get the subsidy, right? This is a global problem, right? Tax avoidance is real for a reason, right? They're exploiting tax subsidies, right? And in ways that we don't want to see. So as opposed to doing real foreign direct investment, what they're doing is they're shifting profits and they're artificially manipulating things to look like they're doing things and really just lower the tax burden. So I think that's the first kind of conceptual point I want to leave, but it has real kind of policy implications, right? That we want to address specific problems, but at the same time, we want to balance against some of the risks. And these are government failures or unintended behavioral kind of effects of firms that we don't want to see. So the question is, how do we do it, right? And this gets back to the points around design, around institutions, and around data, right? So you heard lots of examples of design considerations from my colleagues in this panel, right? I want to highlight a few just to kind of emphasize them, right? You'll hear all the time the word about targeting, right? Targeting, in a nutshell, what we're trying to do. We're trying to avoid too expensive an intervention, right? That's one. So we're trying to control the fiscal cost. Why do we do targeting, right? The second reason why do we do targeting is we want to avoid redundancies. So you heard in the China example how they reduce intervention in parallel with the fact that firms are becoming more capable, more competitive, that's exactly the kind of intervention you want to see. A subsidy is being adjusted, an intervention is being adjusted to avoid redundancy, right? Again, that has fiscal implications. And the third reason why we target is we're trying to reduce distortionary negative effects. Again, I'm talking firms, I'm not talking households, right? So you want to be very careful about that, right? So this is one kind of design element. Another important design element that comes across is avoiding the cliff edge, as we call it, right? So what is the cliff edge? And I'm very glad that my colleague presented on China just now, and I want to give another example from ECHA on a slightly different policy intervention, right? The cliff edge is when you have a situation where you're presenting a very sharp change in policy stance for a firm or a household, right? That is very arbitrary. So let me give you a very clear example that has caused a lot of challenges for countries, right? That I referred to earlier in the first session, right? So you design a tax system, for example, that has a very high tax burden in general, and then you say for small and medium enterprises, as long as you have sales of up to X threshold, you're completely exempt. That is a classic example of a very sharp discontinuity in your policy design. This is a kind of, you're going to face the cliff, and suddenly you're going to fall off the cliff, and now you have to face a huge tax. So now you've created a system that has a huge disincentive for firms to grow if they are compliant. More likely, what firms do is they engage in non-compliant behavior. So the classic examples of non-compliance that you see is firm splitting. It's legal unless you have anti-splitting rules, and most countries don't, right? So I create a marketing division, I call it a marketing company. I have a sales division, I call it a sales company. I have my manufacturing, and this is all to ensure that my sales don't hit. So I manage 3 SMEs instead of managing 1 SME, right? And this is possible because many countries don't have rules that apply to who's the owner, right? They don't have the database around beneficial ownership registry to understand that hundreds of companies are actually owned by a few conglomerates or a few owners, right? So you've created a system that's created a huge disincentive. When you look at the firm level data, the result is what we call the missing middle. It contributes to the missing middle. You see this kind of firm distribution where firms just don't grow, right? You also see clear bunching around these tax thresholds. We say bunching meaning firms up to the legal threshold, and then suddenly they're missing and they don't grow, and then you have a tail end of very large firms, right? So these are examples of design issues, whereas if you created a set of subsidy policies that consider your different phases of development as a firm, as an industry, right? You're likely to mitigate those type of risks. It's a very similar parallel with households, right? If you say that if you are unemployed, you get a huge set of social protection subsidies, right? The moment you get a job, it doesn't matter what your salary is, a formal job, I take them away. What happens? No one wants a formal job, right? Or people have to cheat about it, right? So this is the examples of the edge design consideration that we want to see. So I want to give you an example without naming. 2 countries in Europe and Central Asia. One of them has one of the least corruption risks in the world. If you look at transparency measures, if you look at government efficiency measures, this is a government that does fantastically well on bureaucracy, right? It's very easy to set up a business. It's very easy to file your taxes. It's very simple, your taxes. You have very low corruption, very good high quality public officials. They've done all the great work that we want them to do, right? And yet, statistically speaking, this is a country with one of the highest informality rates in the world, in the labor force. This was the puzzle that came to us. This is a real country. Now, we looked at possible reasons why. And our hypothesis, which got them very enthusiastic because it's linked to other kind of reforms that they're doing. What we found is that they had a flat personal income tax regime that was therefore a high tax wedge for any labor, right, for firms. And firms have to pay mandatory social contributions, have to pay. You add it up and the cost of labor is very high for the firms. At the same time, they have a completely generous, they call it sole proprietor regime, right? Where if you're an individual entrepreneur of some kind, right, then you basically pay close to 0 taxes. It's 0 taxes if you're very, very small, and if you're slightly bigger, you pay 1% on your turnover, which is nothing if you compare effective tax burden compared to what firms have to pay and what the labor market does. So, because this is a country with wonderful bureaucracy, what happened? A huge amount of people all set up as sole entrepreneurs. They're all registered. They're all doing things legally, right? No one wants a formal job, right? And they all negotiate these contracts between the few big firms and an army of contractors, which in the statistical definition of ILO, these sole entrepreneurs are considered informal labor, right? Their contracts, they have no social protection measures, they have no, So you see how this tax design consideration of the tax subsidy that was supposed to be there to protect resulted in this very strange regime that had implications for productivity, etc. Because these people then there was no investment in their skills, they're not your formal staff, so you don't invest in them, etc., etc. So it had broader economic kind of considerations. So I think the first point that I made is design matters, right? And so think through this kind of cliff edge very carefully. The second is think through how to preserve competition, right? In China, again, I'm doing something risky. I'm talking about your country and you know much more than me, right? One of the, if you read so much case studies on China, one of the successes of China is, even though it's a huge country, one government, is that they were able to create competition within regions and between regions, right? And it doesn't matter, I'm not making a political point. It doesn't matter what political system your government chooses, it doesn't matter what type of firm you have. The key message time and time again is competition matters, right? Even when you have SOEs, state-owned enterprises, there are successful examples of countries with very effective SOEs. So even just saying, okay, don't have SOEs, no. But then when you look at these SOEs, they have a very corporate performance culture where there's a lot of competition, right? That if you want to get ahead within the SOE, and or they rotate leadership of SOEs, I'm not talking about China, I'm talking now more broadly, several countries, then again, you've created a competitive culture. So Preserving competition is key, even when it's government intervention. When it's not government intervention, your role then becomes more about regulatory oversight, right? To make sure. So that's, I think, a second big takeaway. A third takeaway on costs, right, is especially for countries that are more fiscally constrained, consolidating programs matters. What we see a problem in many EMDEs is that subsidies are granted by lots of ministries, lots of government agencies, but because they don't have the size of, not to name, but it's easy to name because you are next to me, of a large economy like China, because they aren't able to, they have a limited fiscal space, the result is lots of tiny programs. These tiny programs is not effective to even do monitoring and evaluation of these programs. They're too small. It's very hard to figure out if they're doing anything. And they're so marginal that they're probably not doing anything. But if you had summed them up, they come up to a pretty decent number, right? So actually thinking through more carefully what policy interventions do I want, and consolidating which agencies. In one country I want to name, it's become a long-standing joke, in East Asia, right? In one country, they have more than 100 agencies that can grant a tax incentive, right? Good luck. Good luck to you if more than 140 national government agencies can grant these tax incentives. Good luck making sense of them, right? So whereas consolidating and thinking through how do we group, have bigger interventions that we monitor much more carefully and have streamlined who is providing oversight for that is very, very important. Even if you have local government units, you can still have oversight from more centralized units to play kind of that role. So I think on the cost structure, that's another kind of key insight that comes through looking at that, right? And then the final one I think is, I'll stop there and we can do more in the Q&A, is I want to be humble both about our report and therefore our expectations of government. I want to emphasize something I said in the morning session, make it even clearer, right? There's a limit to how much you can anticipate ex ante. There's a limit to how much you can predict. We heard it from Mavish as well, particularly for cutting edge technologies. And so this is why we constantly emphasize data, monitoring, and willingness to adjust. This is very difficult, I know, it doesn't come naturally for government agencies to take a kind of more experimental approach, right? Piloting, gradually fading in, gradually phasing in and phasing out of reforms. But this is key for this type of policy making because there's just so much you can know before you intervene, right? And so if you're not willing to adjust, policies evolve them the way we just heard from China. Korea famously has had case studies on how it evolved its industrial policy subsidies. If you end up being left behind. You end up giving redundant measures. With that, let me stop and thank you. Hand over.
Thank you very much. Mino Kim, please.
Yes, I cannot compete because I have 10 minutes. He was allowed 15 minutes, and so and within 10 minutes, I need to discuss about 3 sessions. So I'm gonna do that. So first one, before discussion, I want to know whether the country that you didn't mention about having wonderful bureaucracy but with many sole entrepreneurs, is it about Korea? Okay. Because we have wonderful bureaucracy, I believe, but we also have many sole entrepreneurs. And I think it's also linked to the problem that you raised about the tax incentives as well. And so back to the sessions. The first one, so I'm gonna skip about the beautiful contributions of your speech, but directly go into my questions so that I can talk about the more details. So first one is about Eduardo Sandoval. And so one thing that I had in mind was he raised about the changing from the profit-based one to the cost-based one. And cost-based one, I don't know. I'd like to know more about what is really effective tool among the cost-based one, because the reason why the ratio of cost-based one was increasing among the high-income countries is also maybe related to the direct subsidy increase among the developed countries. So it may be natural for developing country or developed country to have this high ratio of cost-based tools. So another thing is when we are talking about investment tax credits or accelerated depreciation among the cost-based tools, it's actually incentivizing the investment in physical capitals. And recently, mainly the growth of farms are coming from not only the physical capitals, but also from human capital or many intangible information and so on. So in order to boost effectively about the farm growth, I'd like to know what will be really the effective tool among the cost-based one. And another one is you also raised about the Singapore case. It's as a good example, but as I understood, Singapore was having a good environment based on the profit-based one. So I didn't see any cost-based effective one. So I'd like to know why Singapore was chose as a good example. And second session, for the second session, so it comes to about the targeting of effective R&D policy. So we all know targeting matters, right? We all want to target the good farms which will do the R&D more given the subsidies from the government, right? So my problem is how we can design and how we can target the better ones. And the one way that I can address this problem is to change the tools. Instead of giving the R&D money to the farms, if you choose to give like a consulting or other things other than the money, then it may be more enticing for the farms who wants to pursue this R&D with their own money. They just want to know how to do. So we want to connect the private resources and not just the giving money, and it's all related to also the fiscal policy as well. So I'm claiming that there's a way that we can do better without spending government money. So I'd like to know more about the effective tools to target better about the effective ones, especially for the R&D programs. And the third one, so it's interesting to talk about the industrial policy in China. And it's a really amazing story that we all are facing. And now even Trump administration is trying to do better than China in terms of industrial policy, right? So and recent paper by IMF in 2025 in August, it calculated like about the costs of the subsidy. So when it calculated the cost of the subsidy in China, it was amounted about 4% of the GDP, and I'm not sure it's correct, but it's under their calculation, and it was about the fiscal cost. And what they claimed was because of this industrial policy, the misallocation worsened. Of course, as you pointed out, like the worse companies tend to get the subsidy, right? And in the economy as a whole, the misallocation matters. So the aggregate TFP has worsened. And they claim that around 1.2% of aggregate TFP has lowered because of this misallocation. So misallocation matters a lot. And I'd like to invite you to discuss more about how then now China can reduce industrial policy while they are really searching for more industrial policy as politicians, right? And also at the same time, US is doing the similar thing. And I like to invite other scholars about misallocation and the US industrial policy, active policy. I don't know they are targeting really well. And so I'd like to know more because I don't know, I don't have the answer. So if someone can answer about this question, I would be happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your discussion and questions. So presenters, are you going to answer to Mino Kim's questions? No? Who starts? First one. Yes.
I can start. I can start with this first question. First, thank you for the questions. There are great questions and great points that can help us even dig further into many of these aspects. So the first question was the increasing use of cost base in high income, if this was linked to direct subsidies. That would need a little bit more of research, but what we do know is that high income economies have more of increase in their monitoring control of incentives, and they have more capacity to check and to see and track the cost of firms. And having that capacity, maybe also due to the increased number of direct subsidies, that should be research, also allows them to have the capacity to provide more cost-based incentives as tax credits, as they need to be, they are against an expenditure. The firms need to provide that information to the tax administration, and the tax administration needs to have the capacity to process that and provide the incentives. So cost-based incentives are slightly more administrative, needs a slightly more higher capacity than administrative and for the incentive. So that is something where developing economies can work and improve again. Respect of the second question for physical capital, I was talking more general in investment. Maybe I did not focus so strongly on non-physical capital, as the next presentation was gonna be on R&D. But many of these tools can also be targeted for R&D or non-physical capital, and for example, employment of high-skilled workers. They can be with that tax credits can support that type of goals, or the expenditures of developing a patent or other non-physical aspects of and not only capital but other not costs that are related to R&D or changing technology, implementing new technologies, like the cost of introducing some green aspects. So which is the best tool will depend on what is the goal we want to achieve. I think that is my main message. Usually, cost-based incentives are better as they imply more tracking, and they directly link. And within them, we need to see if a tax credit is the best instrument for, or if it is, for example, accelerated depreciation or a different tool. So all tools have a space here, but they need to be well aligned to the objective. So for example, a tax credit can be ideal for hiring younger people, as reducing the cost of hiring younger people and introducing new workforce, that for example. So depends, but and I think R&D is a great case for this, where we have non-physical capital that is key for growth, and tax credits and other tools, our allowances are also great for that. And also, let's not only focus on tax incentives, as Mavish presented, there are many other instruments that we need to ponder. I think one of the main messages I wanted to highlight is that, yes, tax incentives is one instrument, but let's benchmark them against other instruments as well. So that is also something important to highlight. To find the right instrument, let's think about the candidates that make sense for the policy objective and then benchmark and do some preliminary analysis to understand which one will highly likely provide the result. And I also, the best result, and I think it was mentioned through Mavish, me, and Jafar, that we need to be flexible and have and monitoring and evaluation is key here, because it will allow us to understand if indeed our initial hypothesis was correct and if the incentive was the right instrument. And if not, we have the tools now after implementing it to improve it and to change it to make it more efficient as we start having better and more data. So I also encourage that. I think the first point is to have a clear objective, see which are the best candidate and instrument. Usually prefer cost-based incentives, but that will depend on the case, as we will develop a little bit more on the Singapore when you ask about Singapore. And finally, be flexible to update and improve the incentives. And if needed, phase it out. Be prepared for phasing out an incentive as well. And consolidate. Have not too many, but good. Too many is not necessarily good. Just have less, but more and better. Better and more targeted. So I think those are key aspects.
Okay,
And that's why I
sorry
think
for
Singapore, it was
Edward.
important. Yes, yes,
Yeah, sorry
yes.
for interrupting you, but the management team keeps saying that you don't have
Oh, no,
time.
it's fine.
So please,
Fine.
all presenters, please finish your answer within 1 minute, if you don't mind, right?
Oh, I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the question on targeting. It's a great question. So maybe a few quick thoughts. One, I think we can learn from successful programs. So for example, the Brazil program that I mentioned does a pretty good job of having a diverse set of firms. So smaller firms, larger firms, some that are financially constrained, some that are not. And so we can look at kind of how are they selecting projects. And one of the things that I thought was interesting in particular is they kind of have this panel composed of people both from the government, academia, so researchers, also from people who evaluate patents, and then from the innovation agency itself. And so this mix seems to, get a diverse range of opinions, and maybe that does a better job in selecting successful projects. And the other nice thing about the Brazil program is you have predefined technical criteria, right? So firms kind of know from the start how are they going to be evaluated. It's pretty transparent. And so that could help alleviate some of these design problems that come up where you kind of exclude firms that are not able to kind of engage in these application processes. Second, I think you raised a really great point about, considering different tools, not just subsidies, but also other types of policies, right? So investment promotion agencies, public-private linkages with, between research universities, for example, and firms. I think there's a lot of new evidence coming in that these programs, these kind of soft industrial policies, can be very successful. They're costly in the sense that you do have to spend funds to run those programs, and they often require a lot of administrative capacity. But for some countries, they already have that. And for other countries, I think then it's a question, do we want to invest in building our administrative capacity to kind of do these more soft industrial policies that might end up in the long term generating greater returns? Or do we want to do more of the traditional grants and tax incentives? And so I think evaluating these things carefully and then having a mix seems to be a good approach.
Okay, so my question is about the first question about the misallocation, right? So I think this is a very important issue. I think if the industry has high potential capacity, I mean the industry is the traditional industry is at a lower level, and the production, the and the market capacity has a potential. And then I think the misallocation will not be a big problem. And the government is not that important for the government to target the firms they support. Because as long as the government, they put some resources, the subsidies to the industry, the whole industry will benefit from the subsidies and the industry will increase. However, if the industry is already reached the top capacity, no capacity anymore, and then the misallocation will be a big issue. And for China, now for most of the industry in China, I mean the traditional industries, they've already reached the top capacity. And for the government, I think that we do not need to pay much attention to how much resources, how much subsidies the government will provide to the industry. We need to pay much attention to how much resources the private sectors will put to the industry after the government, they support the industry. Because I'm not sure whether you know the number about the expenditure multiplier. We have a calculation. In China, the government expenditure has a multiplier of the 0.83. However, for the private sector, the number is 1.29. So currently, it's very important for the government use the subsidies to stimulate the expenditures, including the R&Ds of the private sectors. And how to do that? We need to combine the interest of the government and the private sector. And I think the government fund, the shares, the equity of the firms is a very important tool to combine the interest of the government and the private sectors. And last one is I think Jaffa this morning also has the same comment. I think the business environment is much more important than the direct government subsidies. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Do you want to finish? Okay. Thank you very much. Because of the time constraint. But if you really want to share your thought, please, we can have just one or two Q&As. Right. The lady first.
Thank you for your presentation. I guess my question is first to Ms. Trochit and then to Mr. Jaffa. The first question is regarding the statement that you made about the possibility of selecting firms and then crowding out investment. But I know that I read the research from Mr. John Francois and Mr. Ulrich that says that when governments invest, then it crowds in, like it brings in more investments from the public sector. So does the subsidy act differently from that? And then to Mr. Jaffa, you mentioned about the country that had all of the processes in place, everything theoretically was going fine as it should. But from that illustration, you see that people tend to behave differently, and we can't predict how people behave towards fiscal policies, because sometimes human beings are always trying to find a way out, even if what is being done is for their own benefit. So how do we tackle that to create like fiscal policies that are not only practical and actionable, but are also effective in implementation?
I can go very quickly. It's a great point, and I think this question of targeting is deeply linked to this question of ideally we crowd in more investment, but are we going to do that, or are we inadvertently going to crowd out investment? And so there's some empirical evidence coming in that this kind of depends on the types of firms that end up getting the subsidy in the first place, and whether how those firms are what sectors are they in, what are their linkages to the other firms in the economy, what type of activities are they engaging in. And so I think this question of, ideally you do crowd in more investment, but it's an empirical question of whether that happens in practice. And so if you end up targeting firms that would have ended up investing anyway, you're going to crowd out investment. So I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but I think thinking of these things as connected is exactly the right idea.
All right, I'm very sorry for the question, but we had better close this session here, and then we can continue the discussion on the lobby or in the coming sessions. So sorry about that, but I really appreciate all thoughtful presentations and engaging comments from discussants and your active participation. I'm pretty sure that you can continue these discussions during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for an engaging session, and please give them a warm round of applause one more time. And now we will take a few moments to prepare the stage for the next session. And during the short break, please feel free to review the presentation or note down any questions or comments you'd like to share. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to a fireside chat focusing on international experiences in reforming subsidies. And this discussion will reflect on key lessons learned from subsidy reforms, building on the insights from our previous two sessions. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Eugene Kang, Director General at the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, and Mr. Stefano Curto, Practice Manager for Fiscal Policy at the World Bank, to join us on the stage.
Hello, can you hear me? Well, okay. I understand that we have only 30 minutes. We are both more policymakers than a researcher, and let's show how we can be effective and efficient and deliver all the points in only 30 minutes. The objective of this session is about to distill a bit of the lessons from South Korea. We had two sessions, one in the morning focusing primarily on the framework, and the one in the afternoon about a number of case studies. Later on, there will be more on South Korean experience. But I think if we just look at the morning session and the session that we just concluded, I think a key point to highlight is the objective of the subsidies. Many of them are actual noble objectives. The government has an interest in addressing some of the market failures, has a clear responsibility to help the poor and so forth. So clearly, the objective, many of them are good to pursue. The real challenge is the design, and perhaps even more important, the implementation of the subsidies reform. On maybe almost 20 years of experience working and advising governments in 4 continents, what I can say is that subsidies are the top of the top issue in any conversation we have. They are going to be stay there for the foreseeable future. They've been in here in the past, And I think the challenge is really to define, design, and implement the right strategy. And Korea has been really inspirational for many developing countries. Wherever I go, they always ask, so how Korea managed to do it? What were the key ingredients for success? And how can we learn from the Korean experience, both in terms of the ability to maximize the benefit, reducing the cost, the ability to bring in the lessons learned, adjust the course, and evolve over the last 30 or 40 years in terms of both the what and the how to provide these subsidies. And better than I think in terms of sharing this experience, I think Yoon Jin Kang, that is the Director General, Ministry of Finance, I think is the best person who can answer many of those questions. So the first question perhaps is really about the effectiveness of the instruments and how you see them not in isolation, but as part of a broader strategy, and what are those other key ingredients to make subsidies and the strategy itself successful. Thank you.
Okay, I think you asked about the effectiveness of the subsidy instruments and also other factors together to affect the development success path. So the first question, related to first question, Korea's experience with subsidy demonstrates a dynamic policy evolution, as you mentioned, where subsidy instruments were highly effective in initiating or accelerating industrial transformation, but later complemented by broader structural and institutional strengths. Upon your question and previous sessions, I understand that the meaning of subsidy here includes various forms of the government fiscal tools, like the contribution, grant, equity investment, policy loan, credit guarantee, and tax incentives and exemption, and so on. I think among these subsidy instruments, I remember that many fiscal experts have told that targeted credit subsidies and export incentives and tax exemption proved the most effective during the long time ago, the heavy and chemical industry drive of 1970s and 80s. Especially, I also think that during the rapid industrialization phase of 70s and 80s in Korea, export-linked tax exemptions accelerated the depreciation, and also low-interest policy loan by especially KDB. The name is very similar to the name of KDI, but Korea Development Bank was played an important role to provide the low-interest policy loans to private firms at the time. So these instruments enabled private firms to expand the production capacity very quickly and enter global markets for exports and upgrade technology. So also empirical evidence shows that subsidized firms experienced faster growth and higher productivity for decades after subsidies ended, largely due to the learning by doing and improved capital access. Export tax incentives and preferential policy loans were particularly useful in scaling up manufacturing capacity and global competitiveness, while more recent R&D subsidies and tax credit remain key for innovation and technological upgrading these days. Related to the second part of your question, I think obviously subsidies alone did not drive Korea's industrial success. As you mentioned, sustained macroeconomic stability and also advanced infrastructure in Korea and skilled human capital accumulation, and also the private firms' entrepreneurship and the governance capacity played significant roles in Korea's industrial success history. Especially, I think that Korea's robust education system and passion for the education from our parents' generation really created a technically skilled, disciplined workforce in Korea and raised the labor productivity these days. Governments also played a lot here in education system by pouring substantial public investment in education and vocational training. Meanwhile, strong and world-class infrastructure, as you might know, like roads and railways and electricity and water supply, and also pro-business reforms and private sector development in various industrial sectors also ensured efficient value chains in manufacturing and logistics and trade in Korea, I think.
I think one point that resonates well with the work that we've done is really the issue of substitution versus complementarity. And in the, I think it was the previous session, there was a reference on the compensation, no? The fact that some countries might have a weak investment climate, infrastructure is not really there in terms of quantity and quality, and therefore foreign direct investment or foreign investors are asking to compensate for those, and I've seen it in a number of countries where clearly the private sector is playing somehow the role of the need for additional tax credit or additional subsidies to compensate for an even playing field governance issue or simply the cost of doing business. And I think your point of instead of the importance of complementarity, the fact that is not substituting or compensating for the lack of could be an important lessons that countries in the world should learn from Korea. It was a comprehensive set of packages in which the subsidy was just one component. If I can move to the second question, thinking when also we look at the Korean experience, we've seen a lot of changes, evolution, both in terms of what you were targeting, the objective, but also in terms of the instruments that you were planning, you've been using, and the implementation. So the question, I know that is difficult to think about the future. We don't have a crystal ball, and the future is moving very fast. But from your perspective, how the future looks like in terms of subsidies? What sectors or what typology or what objectives the Korean government is looking when thinks about the future, and whether you see a change in the modalities in terms of choice of instrument implementation. Thank you.
Okay, very good question. And looking forward, Korea's subsidy policy is shifting toward now, the green transformation and digital innovation, and recently AI transformation and inclusive growth. Korean government have prioritized high-tech or deep-tech sectors such as semiconductors, biotechnology, and AI with a super big increase in government budget proposal recently. And also green and environmental programs will also gain prominence, as now Korea actively pursues carbon neutrality and more renewable energy transition. Here, let me introduce some major fiscal measures in Korean government 2026 budget proposal, which is just released in last month. Basically, Korea's new government is aiming to ultra-innovative economy and AI transformation for our new growth engine. So the first government plans to invest a lot in the AI sector in 2026 for setting up new subsidy programs for AI infrastructure and AI new technology, R&D. And also, the second part is the R&D budget. So the government increased the R&D budget by a record of 19.3% to accelerate the pace of innovation, which scales up investment in the development of core technology in 6 high-tech industries, which is called A, B, C, D, E, F. A means AI, B means bio, C means content, D means defense, and E means energy, and F means factory, which is manufacturing. So, and also the government expands investment to, boost up the Hallyu, the Korean wave. So the Korean government provide comprehensive support for K-food and K-beauty to expand globally through, flagship stores and distribution networks and consulting services for the private firms. And also, last but not the least, the government takes proactive measures to address the climate change. So they strengthen support to accelerate energy transition and carbon neutrality, significantly expand loans and subsidies for renewable energy transition as well. I think this is the kind of, to provide some subsidies for market failure, right? And also recently, Korea, the regional balanced development is very important in Korea these days, because we have big disparities between Seoul metropolitan areas and other regions. So the new government actually institutionalized the new regional development strategies based on the newly adopted 5 regions and 3 special zones, 5극 3특, National Growth Plan. this new super regional development plan will be funded a lot. We have a special account for balanced regional development. So in 2026 budget, there is a big increase in that account as well.
Very good. Actually, a point for the team of the bank to think about all these issues is also about the spatial dimension and the geographical. We didn't discuss it at all about this, but subsidies play a critical role for convergence within the country, and how lagging regions can be supported by an active fiscal policy, including through subsidies. Maybe two additional questions. I know that we have 10 minutes. So one is when you talk about in the previous question about the role of the government. Clearly, the government is not a unitary organization, and when we move from design to implementation, and when we look at the importance of creating mechanisms to a successful delivery of the subsidies, it's important to go down, no? And looking at line ministry, Ministry of Finance, specialized agency, the role of SOEs sometimes, the role of public banks, development banks. There is a very large a very large population of entities and agencies that they need to work together. So the question is, how do you see that the Ministry of Finance role in this very crowded space with many agencies advocating for something while other advocating for something else, and also in terms of the implementation, the execution of the subsidies? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. As you mentioned, the MOEF plays a very central role in subsidy policy design and fiscal prioritization and evaluation as well. It determines budgetary allocations and reviews program efficiency and coordinates with line ministries to ensure coherence with the national fiscal sustainability goals and also national growth strategies, as I mentioned. During economic downturn, MOEF also played a big role to provide a supplementary budget for balance, stabilization, and growth as well. In the legal or narrow meaning of subsidy program in Korea, MOEF also reads the subsidy management information system, which is called E-나라도움, which tracks performance indicators and prevents duplication across ministries. Through this system, the ministry has strengthened the accountability, transparency, and evidence-based policy evaluation. The launch of E-나라도움 has marked a significant step toward comprehensive digital governance. The platform enables real-time monitoring of subsidies and also overlap detection and enhanced traceability and proper settlement of public funds. I think this digital transformation has improved data-based decision-making and public accessibility to subsidy implementation in Korea in real-time base. I think we have more detail in next session. Yeah, I remember the content.
Thank you. I think one important lesson so that every country is seeking for is how to create the proper institutional setup, what type of capacity you need to build for the subsidies delivery, design and delivery to be effective. On that point, perhaps the last question is what you have learned as an individual working for 20 plus years on some of these issues, as a member or an official of the Ministry of Finance, and as a country in terms of subsidies, the experience of you and the Ministry of Finance in Korea would be extremely valuable for many of the participants today. That we had two sessions, very technical. Sometimes I feel that there is a lot on the technical side, but sometimes theory and practice are quite different. So to me, the question is really what you have learned, and Korea has been inspirational for so many countries. So I think any insight would be very valuable. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's the last question. So, yeah, 4 minutes. So, overall, I think Korea's industry policy underscores that while subsidies can catalyze transformation, our success depends on disciplined governance and macroeconomic stability and persistent investment in education and technology together at the same time. And Korea's subsidy experience offers, I think, several key lessons for other countries. The first is strategic selectivity. The role of government subsidy instruments should be selected depending on market conditions and the stage of industrial development in a certain sector. Also keep in mind that subsidies are most effective when aligned with the national development priorities and sunset clauses are built in. The second lesson is, I think, a dynamic discipline. They should combine short-term fiscal incentives with performance-based evaluation and gradual withdrawal to avoid dependency. The third lesson is human capital alignment. They should synchronize subsidy regimes with education and the labor policies to ensure adaptive skill formation. The fourth lesson is institutional coordination and coherence. I think a strong coordination authority like MOEF in Korea is also very important to balance innovation incentives with the fiscal sustainability and make subsidy instruments evolve continuously based on their performance and outcomes. I think these four lessons are very important for, I think, other countries and developing countries.
Thank you. I hope that the World Bank team took notes because I think those are some of your points are spot on in terms of design and implementation. And I hope that the participants have benefit from this experience. We have 1 minute left, so we successfully concluded this session. The question is more for the organizer, whether some question can come from the room.
Yeah. Can I give a last word
Of course.
With a big example? Actually, as I mentioned, in the 1970s and 80s, the subsidy for the petroleum and chemical industry was very important to promote their industries in Korea at that time. But now, you can imagine that the petroleum refinery and chemical industry have the overcapacity in Korea. So now the subsidy for promoting their industry is not necessary anymore, any longer. So at this point, we invented a program to the subsidy for restructuring of petroleum refinery and chemical industry. So when some companies in that sectors are planning to, the merge and acquisition activities, the government provide some subsidies for those activities. I think that this is a very good example for the dynamic evolution of the government subsidies in countries.
I fully agree. I think we were discussing during the break the importance to look at exit strategy, how you want to phase out the subsidy, especially in areas where the rationale is really temporary in nature, and the importance of avoiding social backslash and pressure to keep doing what you're doing for forever, no? And I think this is a good example of how to shift emphasis to create the right incentive for the industry to reorient itself. Thank you. I don't know if there are any questions from the floor. I see someone over there.
Thank you so much for the discussion. I'm John Mohammad Faiz from Afghanistan. I just had a question regarding the SMEs policies that Korea has been implementing after 1980s or 1990s. Most of the SME policies couldn't reach the goal that Korea decided. For example, it has been very insignificant, I think, the SME policies. And one of them is National Champion Policy that started from 2011, 2018. But it reached to be insignificant. So what do you think? Why some policies could not reach their goals that they want to achieve? And also, if we compare South Korea with other countries, the other countries doing much better in SMEs, and even they're mostly achieving their 98 or 90% of job creation or employment like this. But in Korea, if we see, maybe it is 75 or 80 around this. And for the high growth firms, if we consider, they're almost 50%, I think. So what are the problems, what are the challenges that South Korea couldn't reach the policy goals that they have decided to reach? Thanks so much.
You asked about the SMEs, right? SMEs policy. So, I remember that the SME in Korea is now creating the jobs. I think over 90% of the total job in Korea. So not 80% as you mentioned and 50. Yeah, so the still SME plays a big role in Korean economy as well. Also, Korea has many programs for supporting SME and venture companies. But we have to keep in mind that there is a Peter Pan syndrome, and Korea is also as I said, we evaluate the subsidy programs for SMEs as well annually and annually, and we found that especially in manufacturing sector, I think just the subsidy, like a cash grant for SME, is not effective anymore. So, in my point of view, I remember that there are new programs for SME in Korea, like when SME invest more for better activities, like the more investment for a bigger capacity for manufacturing, or when they introduce the smart factory equipment for their factories, we provide the certain subsidies for those activities. So I think those kind of subsidy instruments is very, I think, useful to the transition of SMEs in Korea.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, perhaps an applause to Yoon Jun Khan, Director General of the Ministry of Finance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Mr. Kang and Mr. Kudo for sharing their expertise in this highly engaging fireside chat. We'll now have a short break. Please be back by 4 p.m. so we can start session 3. We will now begin session 3, Korean subsidies, challenges, and the way forward. I would now like to introduce our session moderator, Mr. Anders Hjort, Agroscope Senior Public Sector Specialist at the World Bank. And joining him are our speakers, Dr. Myung-kyu Kim, Dr. Min-ho Kim, Dr. Hyun-suk Kim, and Dr. Hyung-na Oh, followed by our discussant, Mr. Jafar Al-Rikabi, for this session.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you who are staying with us for the last session. So we've had a program today that started out with the overall lay of the land. What are subsidies? What are the key issues that we're looking at when we're assessing their effectiveness and so on? And we moved into more sectoral aspects, as you saw, depending on which sector you have a subsidy, whether it's SME, innovation, or if you go into supporting, say, subsistence farmers and others. It varies a lot from sectors. And then we had the Fireside chat with the Director General and our practice manager, a little bit more on the policy side and the political front, and how do we manage this agenda going forward. To kick off this discussion, I will, without having consulted with any of my panelists, just throw out 3 things for you to think about as you do your presentation that I think came up in the conversation so far. So the first thing is really looking at the Korean experiences. What are the kind of design considerations you had when putting together a subsidy? Were there certain alternatives that were considered but rejected for various reasons? The second thing is, if the subsidies for some reason falls short of policy objectives, what might these reasons be? What are the kind of risks to these programs? And the last part is what I call the K-pop question. What is unique about how the subsidies are in Korea that make them more likely to work, that may be worth teasing out because countries are different and so on. So there may be a special kind of K-pop dimension to it. But let's get started. It's my pleasure to welcome Myo-young Kim, who's fellow with the Korea Fiscal Information Service, to talk about an overview or give an overview of the government subsidy programs and policy issues in South Korea.
Hello, everybody. My name is Myung-gyu Kim from Korea. Korea Fiscal Information Service in Korea. And thank you for inviting me at this great event. I will overview of today. I will overview of Korea government subsidy programs and some policy issues to you. I'm gonna start with some certain introduction. As you know that the Korea subsidy in every country has subsidy programs here. Subsidy means financial support, right? That is government provide the local government or private sectors. As you can see the figure of the bottom, the left, the subsidy has been increased faster than total expenditures. Currently, there are about 1,600 projects in 2025, out of amount 8,000 total projects. From this, we can see that the average size of project, subsidy project is getting bigger, okay? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna try to some policy from the type of Korea subsidy because there are subsidy, the type has some differences, different type, and it means difference. So, okay. There has subsidy can be provided into general and subsidy specific types. This depends on the whether their use is restricted. The general is used freely, and the specific subsidy must be used for the started own purposes. In Korea, local subsidy and local education subsidy is general. It's almost 40% of national taxes is transferred to local government, okay? Today, I will focus on the specific subsidy. Subsidies can be divided by how much recipient share the cost, the matching subsidy, and lump sum subsidies. Matching subsidy has some marginal effect to encourage the more efficient decision making by recipient. And lump sum tax has no cost sharing, so just only income effect. And there are any other type of subsidy here, differential subsidy matching rates. Matching rate can differ, depends on the fiscal condition of each local government. Subsidies can also be classified by who receive them. Some goes to local government, the others goes to the private, the company, and some organization and individuals. But in the end, the money goes to the private sector in economy. Subsidies are also divided by how they are used. Current subsidy as operating And the capital subsidy is to buying or investing the capital assets. Here is the current subsidy. We can see some statistics of fiscal here. As you can see the graph, the size of here, the size of government subsidy increased from 31 trillion won in 2007 and 105 trillion won in 2025. That means it grows about 3.6 times over 18 years. Its share of subsidies into total expenditure has also been gradually increasing. This is a sectoral allocation of subsidies in here. We can see the current subsidies has rising very quickly in 2020, and the most share of subsidy is social welfare, 55% over here, and follows the agriculture is 11, and environment 8, and education 7. Okay, here is some trend of the left graph is current and versus capital use. We can see the current subsidy is rising very quickly. Okay, you can see the blue line. In 2025, amount of current subsidies is about 4 times larger than capitals. Here it is increasing is related to growth of social welfare programs since 2018. We can see the large portion of subsidy local government better than private. Okay, let's take some policy issue. I'm gonna tell you 3 issues from type of subsidies. Here, this is the first issue. Subsidies can improve people's welfare, as you know. However, sometimes people call subsidies the free money or blind money, so they can be spent easily or illegally. See the left the figure. You can these improper use and misuse. Improper use can be divided into the 4 types. It depends on intentional or unintentional, and who makes the mistake. You can see the fraud, corruption, and 2 errors over here. The problem is the fraud and corruption. These are it can be criminal. However, the number of improper subsidy has been decreasing over course. Exclude 2021, 2022 is because there is some issues, COVID-19. Yunjin, the district director said it depends on this here. The detective improper use fell to 51 billion. I'm sorry, I missed the unit over 51 billion won in 2019, 29 billion won in 2024. I can't find the reason in Korea. Subsidies has been managed through Inara-Dome system since 2018. This system checks stage of project from budget planning, execution, and settlement in the real time. Because of transparency, users are less likely to commit fraud or some corruptions. The system also alert user when something wrong, which helps reduce human error. This is another separate function to detect improper use of subsidy in our dome. This system reviews all spending transactions record. It checks transaction for example between family members and other eligible conditions. This shows the transparent and digital management system can really help reduce misuse and improper use. The second policy issue is about the local government view watching the matching system, matching subsidies. The key point is their perception that subsidies increase their local financial burden. Local government shows two different attitudes about through subsidies. You can see the two boxes over here, the positive and negatives. In fact, you can see this graph is a blue line is central government paid, and yellow bar means local government share. We can see the actual burden has been decreasing. Both increase over time, but the central government goes to match much faster. I'm sorry. As a result, the local cost sharing ratio decreased 38% in 2013 to 27.9% in 2024. The last policy issue is about the limitation of evaluations of subsidy performance. The first limitation is a fragment evaluation system. Each ministry operates its own way to the evaluation process, so it is difficult to have integrated performance management. Because of this, we cannot, it's almost impossible to measure the overall impact of subsidies. The second limitation is the weak performance indicator. It is hard to find good indicator to represent the subsidy project, to represent the policy efficiency or social welfare. The last limitation is the lack of evaluation, often formal and selectively applied. Okay, this conclusion of here. I have some items here. At the first time, the continuous growth of subsidies, it means the birth size and speed too. It raises concern about the fiscal sustainability. However, amount of improper use has been gradually decreasing since introduction of Inaradom since 2018. We need to integrate both central and local subsidy system to achieve the better. Finally, the result of subsidy performance evaluation should be feedback into program design again. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Myung-Gyu Kim. I noted the increasing cost of subsidies as a share of government expenditures, which is the same we saw in the first session more internationally, and the spike during the COVID period as we would expect, subsidies would be used to support vulnerable groups, and it came down again, the non-compliance after the COVID period. Again, we would expect there to be more non-compliance during an emergency disbursement like that. Some countries, for example, Australia and the UK, use a tax system to validate some of these disbursements prior to actually doing them, and were able to catch some. But the fact that you got a lot of money back, I think is very positive. Our next speaker is Min-Ho Kim, who's Senior Fellow with the KDI, to discuss redesigning SME support policies for sustainable, tangible growth.
Thank you. I'm Min-Ho Kim, and I'm a fellow at KDI, and I've been researching on effectiveness of the government policies, especially related to SMEs. So let me talk about the business dynamism in Korea first. So first, the entry and expansion of high potential firms are essential drivers of economic growth, as we all know. And this graph, I mean, this is wide graph. So the decline seems to be spread a lot, but actually the number is quite large. So at the beginning of 2010, around out of 100 firms, 15 firms were high growth firms in Korea. And now in 2022, the ratio is about 8%. So it almost halved. So the high growth firms, the ratio, it became really low. And also at the same time, I calculated the ratio of young firms. So these data is based on the survey of business activities, which covers most firms with certain threshold. So if it is large businesses, then it is counted in this data set. So what it means is when the ratio of young firms is declining, it means that many firms don't grow into this type of database. So which means they don't grow big enough. So what we are observing in our economy is overall, even not only in manufacturing, but also in service as well, not many high growth firms are appearing, and also at the same time, small firms are not growing into mid firms. And so I wondered which type of firms are not growing highly well. So at first, we can think that really young firms are high growth firms. It is also found in the literature that young firms tend to grow fast. But what I observed was at the beginning of 2010, the high ratio of high growth firms were coming from age 8 to 19. So what it means is that when you grow up, it's like a kid. Firms are like people. When you grow up like an adult. And when you try to become giant, you need to leap forward once more. So when you become between age 8 to 19, there's a high chance that you can take a leap forward. But it was like that during 2010. But the chance is a lot lower right now. So what it means, what I interpret is this indicates that many mature firms are struggling to adapt to changing markets and also global competition, while failing to secure new sources of growth. So the problem is maybe, and at the same time, what I show is it's not about just the high growth, it's declining businesses. So this number is the businesses that earns less than last year. So 0% below growth rate, over 40% of businesses in manufacturing and services, they are earning less than last year. So we need to think about not just the high growth, but also think about how to make these businesses to do their businesses and grow. They are actually declining in our economy. So this is what we need to worry. So at the same time, what about the productivity? So SMEs productivity, when I compared it with large firms, only the large firms in the manufacturing sector, the productivity was increasing, but not in the other sectors, like especially SMEs, their productivity was very stagnated over the last 20 years. So what happened during the last 15 years? Did the government didn't support SMEs much? When I look at the data shows that the number of the programs that supports the SME increased a lot, and also the money as well. So this is interesting picture. Now, I mean, this is what I draw for the conversation with the Minister of SME. And now many people, I think, from the government knows about this picture. This picture is about each dot or the rectangle stands for each program. And the horizontal line from 0 to 60 is about the number of firms that each program supports. So, and I'm depicting half of the whole programs. And we are supporting SMEs with so many, like over 1,600 programs, only for SMEs, and half of them are supporting less than 60 firms in a year. And the amount of the money is quite low. So on average, they are spreading the subsidies. Oh, here's your money. Here's your money. Which program do you want? It's like we are having the department store of supporting SMEs. Whatever you have problems, come to me. We have program for you. And what I just showed you was actually we are the businesses. SMEs productivity was not increasing, and also they were not growing well, right? So there should be something should be done with the program, right? So I'm the person who don't want to talk just about the problems. I like to talk about my proposals to change the current setup, and also I like to introduce. So what about the best program that the government says is successful? It's world-class 300 program, and world-class 300 program, as the name says, it selects 300 firms to be the world class. And have you heard about the movie 300, the Spartan? Actually, the person who designed the project saw the movie and inspired and designed this program. And every year, it supported about 30, 37, 33 firms, 56 firms in a year to make them world-class. I wondered, did they become really world-class? So I collected the data and combined it with the other businesses' data, and then saw whether they made a real leap forward after getting this subsidy from and it's sort of national champions policy. So this is the result. So I do this by comparing not just a random farm, but I compare it with a statistically similar farm. It is, technical jargon like propensity matching score and DID. I did all of this, and then I saw sales and value-added tangible assets were not very much significantly increased among these firms relative to other firms who didn't get the subsidy. And only the R&D expenses, number of employees, and the number of patents, it increased significantly. And that was kind of the criterion to support those firms, because they supported the R&D expenditures. So these results may be okay, but the sales didn't grow, so they didn't become obviously the world class. So what's the problem? My problem, what I perceive, is because it is giving mainly the money. If you try to give money to businesses, then innovative firms will come to this program, but at the same time, looking innovative firm with a large set of employees, they look innovative because people may heard of this firm, and they claim that we need money for growing, right? But actually, they may be in struggle. They may need money, government money, for doing some other things, right? So if you are solely depending on a R&D subsidy, then you cannot really distinguish well. So this is why I say, depending on only the R&D subsidy, the tool maybe needs to be fixed. So, and also important thing is, why I searched what is the drivers of the growth of a firm. It is coming from only the R&D or other factors. I searched it, and then I found intangibles and globalization, talent and AI, investment in AI, all this matters for the growth of the firms. And while the government is only supporting particular firm's activity, then you are not really helping the firm's growth needs, right? And also, especially while the economy is composed of not only the manufacturing firms, the R&D activity actually helps for the firm's growth, but mainly when they are manufacturing firms. Service firms, they grow by businesses like networks and all other things. If you are supporting R&D a lot, then it means you are supporting a particular sector of the economy. So I recommended to change this current system to be more relationship-based support. So shift from one-dimensional financial aid to tailored firm-specific models and focus more on strategy, how to grow, and global expansion and private collaboration. And based on my research on the W World Class 300 program, and also based on this recommendation, now the Ministry of SMEs, they started a new program. You can search for Jump Up program. And Jump Up program is designed to do this. So bespoke scale-up support to identify key growth drivers of per firm, and also offer customized package support aligned with firm-specific growth factors. And also, policymakers and support agencies should shift toward a relationship-based one. But mainly, they are so busy distributing the money, they don't have really the manpower or the knowledge to do this. So what I argue is we need to change how the government works. So I'm asking the government to work better in making more relationship with the firm and try to solve the problem in the perspective of the firm. And other things, so it was about tangible growth, so making the change in the tool to support the growth, and now for the sustainable growth for this conference, it's about fiscal policy, right? So one thing is, I argue, first, enhance the transparency and accountability by publicly disclosing corporate support information. So as we just saw, Korean government is releasing information about subsidy, right? But not every subsidy. The subsidy to farms is not publicly available. I argue that we should be able to find each subsidy given to specific farm. So it makes very transparent subsidy. And then the person in take charge, we're gonna try to select better firms, right? So US spending the government is one good case that reveals every information. And also, this idea, I think is interesting, is you saw many programs running for every year, right? What I argue is for each program, report the indirect cost of this program. The government doesn't report this indirect cost. For so suppose you spend $1 million to support for one program, but the actual money that the firms get out of this 1 million program, if you really count, you get rid of the expenses in the middle, and it may be half, right? Half of the $1 million actually put into government, to the businesses. And the other half is spent in the middle, meanwhile, like to me, who are invited for the committee to select the firm, right? So what I argue is for every program, we can do this, right? So what I argue is we need to publish the ratio of indirect cost to actual corporate support versus the total program budget. And another one is when policymakers tend to introduce new programs, and current government is also are driven by this AI thing. So many AI programs are made. So when you try to make a new one, I claim that the government should get rid of existing one. So if we make this as a rule, then the government can get rid of the most inefficient program by default, right? So I also recommend to have this type of regulation, but I'm not sure. It may take maybe 2 decades from now on. I'm not sure. And another one is, operate the pilot programs to test and refine policy effectiveness before full implementation. So, and in the end, I'm over the time, so I'll wrap up now. And so, as I said, Korean government, they started a new program, a jump up program, and I also argued that not give the evaluation after 5 years, but start the pilot program from this year. And I recommended that, and because of that recommendation, I'm doing that pilot study by myself, sponsored by the government. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Min-ho. I think that graph showing all of the subsidy program was very illustrative. I still think, it must be challenging for companies to find the subsidy schemes and so on. I know one government made a portal where you can just plug in the company tax identification numbers, and then it will put down the list all of the subsidies the company is eligible for. So there's a way to address that. And also I agree with you, every company is different. I used to coordinate my country, Denmark's export promotion in the United States. We had about 10 offices, and all companies are different, right? So very different challenges. So thank you so much for that presentation. Let's move on to Mr. Hyun-Sik Kim, who's fellow from the Korean Development Institute and senior governance specialist at the World Bank, discussing the impact on subsidies on electrical vehicle deployment, something that is a very hot topic, certainly in the US, where I live, and in Europe, and here as well. So keen to hear your insights.
Hello, my name is Hyun-Sik Kim. I'm hesitating to stand up or just sit down, but let me just do my presentation sitting. So the topic is the EV deployment policies, and especially the main tool is the subsidies in South Korea, like most other countries. So this content is based on my research back in 2003 and 2004. So let me start. I'm gonna compare some country-specific data, and then I'm gonna introduce some EV deployment policy in South Korea. And especially I conduct some cost-effectiveness analysis between the purchase subsidy and the charging station installation subsidies. So, and then I'm going to wrap up my presentation. So basically in South Korea, like many other countries, we are pursuing the carbon neutrality by 2050, and especially in 2021, in the highlighted in blue color, there has been some national level plan has been announced. One is the 2050 carbon neutrality scenario, and in that scenario, we set up some target. With the ballpark is by 2050, we want to make the market share of the BEV, the battery electric vehicle, NFC EV, which is a kind of hydrogen car, up to 85% of total registered vehicle. So that's the kind of the ambitious target. And alongside this scenario, the 2030 NDC was also announced, and there has been several upgrade. And one of the upgrades made in 2021 was announced some kind of a middle target, which was 4.5 million vehicles, which occupies 16%, more than 16% by 2030. We are running out of time, and that was kind of that is still an urgent issue in South Korea. And the country-specific comparison can be made like this graph. So I could figure this data from the IEA data set, and there is a world data, and I just picked some promising, interesting countries, and the world average is there, and also you can see that the China and UK and Germany are really aggressive in increasing the newly registered vehicle share, also the accumulated registration shares. In South Korea, you can see that it's slightly lower than the world average, and especially for the newly registered vehicle share is less than 10%. I guess I checked the numbers like 2023 and 4 is still around the 10%. So we are really struggling to expand further after that. So that's the situation, and I can collect some more detailed data within the South Korea, and you can see that in 2021 and 2, there has been a huge increase in share of the HEV and VEV. HEV is not plug-in hybrid vehicle, it's just pure hybrid vehicle. And you can see that's slightly decreasing rate of the ICE engine vehicle. So that's the situation in South Korea. You can see that in 2023, the share of the BEV has slightly decreased. So it's around 9%. So that's our situation. And let me introduce some basic policy tools. We can support the EV in two stages. One stage is purchasing stage, the other is operation stage. And in South Korea, I make it bold, like a purchase subsidies and also infrastructure installation subsidies are there. And as you can see in this graph, this central government expenditure has been really increasing during this period. And it's because there's a set unit price for the subsidy, and many people buy the EV more and more, and then the expenditure should be increased, even though we adjust a little bit about the unit price lower as time goes by. So that's the situation during this period. And also, I want to emphasize, we have some local government subsidy too. So central government subsidy is universal across the regions, but each ministry, the regional government set up their own target and their own subsidy level. That gives me as a good opportunity to do some regression analysis, because there's heterogeneity about the level of the subsidy for the EV purchase. So you can see that there's a variety of unit price across the regions. So I conduct some analysis based on the data. The left-hand side, my regression is the share of newly registered vehicle, the share of the VEV within the newly registered vehicle, and also I'm focusing on the passenger car, which is available, and similar to the Lee et al. 2017, I conducted the doodle regression using the two major explanatory variables, which was the magnitude of the subsidy and as well as the infrastructure charger installation status across the regions. So these two are all different across the regions during the period. So and also in an economic jargon, there has been endogenous issue across the dependent variable, the share of the newly registered vehicle of the BEV, and also the charging infrastructure installation volume. They're interacting each other. So I utilized some IV based on the number of the installation, the newly the constructed apartment numbers. So that is kind of relevant to the infrastructure charger station, but not really driven by the demand of the EV. So that was the strategy of the regression. I conducted analysis. This is a major results. I can calculate the elasticity of the infrastructure chargers and also at the same time the price level, price subsidy. And the infrastructure elasticity turns out positive. More infrastructure installation is good for the EV penetration. Also, if the price increase, and obviously there is an opposite direction movement in the newly registered vehicle shares. And as you can see that I can divide it into some uses based on uses. The overall results is the first bars, blue and red, yellow, orange. And the second one is I narrowing down the set, the use based on the use to the private and the business. I get rid of the public thing. And the third one, I just focus on the private use. And as you can see that the size of the bar has been more decreased for the price elasticity when we go to the private use. So that means that basically this business use is a rental car and taxi. And they really respond to the prices. But the consumer, actually the private use, is not really elastic compared to this business use. So that's the one finding. And once I got these results, I conducted the cost effectiveness analysis. So once we have an elasticity, we observe the P and Q, price and quantity, at a realized level, and I can do some counterfactual simulation by utilizing the elasticity. So what if there has been no purchase subsidy? What would be the consequences in terms of the EV penetration? So that can be calculated like this. Based on some calculation, I can conclude that among the 4 years, 27.4% is purchased because of the subsidy. So other remaining part is could be purchased without subsidy anyway. They're gonna purchase EV even though there is no subsidy. So that was the percentage I get, and based on this percentage, I can calculate further. Like, what if this amount of 27.4% can be achieved by installation, charging infrastructure installation. And then I can come up with some numbers of the charging infrastructure. So I can compare the government side spending for both the instrument. And I could conclude that subsidizing the charging infrastructure installation is much cheaper than giving the purchase subsidy per se. So that's I can give some numbers, like it turns out that the purchase subsidy is kind of in US dollars at $2 billion, and the charging infrastructure subsidy is $0.3 billion, much cheaper. But there's multiple assumptions on this calculation, because the combination of the fast charger and slow charger is as fixed, something like that. So as you know, that fast charger is much expensive compared to the slow chargers. So the combination is I just fixed. And still, you can see that the magnitude, the difference of the magnitude is huge. And also, I should mention that if we really go into the promoting the infrastructure installation, it needs really detailed policy design, because you need to include the businessmen who are really want to operating this charging infrastructure business, and that requires some more additional treatment, like more non-monetary considerations, making the market is available. But still, in terms of only just focusing on in terms of the government expenditure, you can see that there's huge discrepancy. I can argue that based on this calculation that in current situation in South Korea, during this period, we should go forward more on the charging infrastructure installation. So that was kind of a quick introduction of those comparison. And the key implications is like this. So in South Korea, we are really struggling like 10% of the newly registered vehicle shares for the VEV. So I would say it'll be better to shrinking this subsidy level unit price because, as I found that so far in South Korea, the business use has been really expanded, okay, in terms of the EV penetration. But now we need to really persuade like the private users, consumers to buy the EVs, and they're less price elastic. So price measure is not really promising in the long term. And also, there are some technological advances as well. And I would say today's conference presentations, I would say there are two motivations for this subsidy. One is the environment-friendly, like a carbon neutrality 2050 thing. And the other one is make the market grow in the initial stage, like a EV manufacturing sector. So these two motivations are also working within this subsidies. But as time goes by, the market grows, like more than about 10% of the newly registered vehicle is based on the EV, then we maybe time to let go, right? So the justification for increasing the purchase subsidy has been really not legitimate, I guess. So that is the one implication. And the other one is kind of a mirror image. We can put more on the charger installation in the future. So there is some kind of the survey results also in the table 3, and you can see that in the globally, as time goes by, the openness to the EV is shrinking because the report analyzed that the charging infrastructure inconvenience is really struggling. It's a bottleneck for EV expansion. So that's the one direction trend. And if we go further into the combinations of the charging infrastructure, as I said before, there's slow chargers. Yeah, in the base, so you can install them at the home, but there's a fast charger in the highway, a gas station, and also some big department stores, something like that. So as you can see that in comparing countries has a really high level of the fast charger shares among the total number of the charging infrastructure. But South Korea, we are really lower compared to the other countries. So probably, I guess, the main struggling reason for South Korea is not really, we are not really investing the fast chargers for those EVs. So that's the kind of the Korea-specific diagnostics and probably other countries can think about their own situation based on this kind of analysis. So that'll be my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very fascinating story, right? Did the subsidies help create a market? I think yes, it did. Will they still be needed? For example, in the US last year, the average car price was $49,000, new car price, right? And you can buy plenty of electric cars below that. Obviously, the calculation is a little bit complicated because insurance, at least in the US, is quite a bit higher. Repair costs are higher. And sales cost, if you want to sell your old electric cars now, has plummeted, right? So it gets a little bit complicated. But for example, in some markets, it's not just the incentive side, but also the preference side, right? So people want to have a green car, right? So it's a very fascinating case study. Thank you for sharing that with us. Moving on to related subject, the Climate Response Fund. Keen to hear from you, Professor O, about the experience with this comprehensive subsidy, the way currently the fund is operating, and how you see the future challenges. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. I'm going to talk about the Climate Response Fund in Korea. So this is my talk plan. I'm going to explain the current status and challenges of the Climate Response Fund, and I will draw some policy implications. And this figure shows the current greenhouse gas emission in Korea. The gray color and red color lines shows the total greenhouse gas emission and net greenhouse emission respectively, and the blue line shows the GDP. So two emissions, like a total and net greenhouse gas emissions, reaches to their peak in 2018, and it starts to decline. That means GDP and greenhouse gas emissions start to be decoupled. But in order to achieve the Korea's 2030 NDC, which is shown with the green line, we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emission more than 3.6% annually, so which is not an easy target. So in order to stimulate the mitigation actions, the Climate Response Fund was established in 2022, but greenhouse gas emission or the climate goals was not the single purpose of this fund. If you see the Article 669.1, which provide the legal basis for the Climate Response Fund, there is another word, green growth. So that means the CRF, Climate Response Fund, in short CRF, targets mitigation, adaptation, transition, and also it works as a transition finance and growth promotion. So that means it has multiple objectives. So the strengths, the beauty of this design is that the CRF's allocation structure can be adjusted as the priorities among multiple objectives change over time. But at the same time, it draws some drawbacks. The purpose of the fund has become very ambiguous. And also the same acts provide the sources of the CRF. And there are two types of sources. One is existing fiscal resources, like a transfer from general account or transition from other fund. But the red one shows the additional resources. That the most important one is the revenues from allowance sales, because Korea introduced this emission trading scheme in 2015. So we have some sales from selling allowances. And originally, the expected revenues from allowance sales was 730 billion Korean won, but adjusted plan already cut the revenue size a lot, and the actual revenues is less than half. So, and if you look at the bottom, that is the initial size of the CRF. And I will go to the challenges faced by CRF directly. First one, there is some issue in regard to financial sustainability. So as I told you, the contribution of emission allowance sales revenue to the climate response fund has become declining over time. So the first row shows the planned revenues from allowance sales, but the actual value is much, much smaller. And the proportion, I mean, the shares of allowance sales to entire climate response fund size declines over time from 15.6% to 3.0% this year. This raises concerns about the fund's financial sustainability because the gap should be filled with transfer from general account or other funds. Why the revenues from allowance sales is so small? Again, the revenues from allowance sales is the product of price and the quantity, which is the auctions. That means non-pre-allocations. And at this moment, the share of non-pre-allocation is only 11%. And if you look at the carbon price in Korea, which is located at the bottom, and compared to other major ETS system, our carbon price is the lowest. And if you look at the price in August 2025, our price is about $6, and EU ETS price is $81, and even the China's national ETS price is $10. So the first one is small, and second one is also small, so the product should be small. And second issue is effectiveness. So according to the decree, which specifies the goals of the CRF, there are two goals. One is climate action, climate goals, achievement of climate goals, and second one is the contribution to green growth. But both sides are receiving skeptical evaluations at this moment. So many media says that the CRF should be gone. But CRF is the first the government budget which is specialized for climate action. And also that CRF is one of the largest size fund in Korea. So we have to, I'm going to talk about the role of CRF later, but we need to improve the effectiveness of CRF instead of canceling or deleting the fund from our history. There are many factors influencing inefficiency. The first one is the CRF does not have adequate evaluation, management, and feedback system. That is related to the secret of birth of the CRF. When the CRF was established, the government, the Ministry of Finance, brought budget from more than 15 line authorities' pocket. But the money is not comes alone. It brings some project. We call them as a vintage project. They are usually very ineffective in reducing greenhouse gas emission or achieving some desired goals. So as a result, the overall effectiveness, overall performance of the CRF cannot be good because the proportion of a vintage project is even now, I think it's more than 70 or 80%. And also, that secret of birth is also linked to the very peculiar governance system. The selection of operation of the CRF project are determined by line authorities, while the management and evaluation of the CRF project is done by Minister of Finance. And since this fund is expected to transfer to the hands of Ministry of Climate, Energy, and Environment, so probably instead of MOF, we will have another the managing authorities next year. And also this fund is dispersed and allocated to small and low impact projects. So I'm going to talk about this issue later. This one. So if you look at the spending structure of the CRF, there are four main sectors: mitigation, building new emerging and low carbon system, and just transition, and something else. And probably the mitigation only covers 46% of the entire expenses of the CRF. And also if you look at the detailed the distribution of mitigation budget, carbon capture and net zero industrial transition and low carbonization of cities and land. I don't know why the last one is included in mitigation. So like this, distributed across, the CRF has been distributed across many projects in multiple sectors. And usually, the most of the projects are small-scale projects, so they are not effective at all. And although the share of funding allocated to mitigation activities, and the share is not that large, and even the industrial sector portion is, at beginning, is about less than 20%, and now it is about 25%, still very small, compared to other cases. So let me draw some policy implications. First, we need to get legal basis for the size of the fund and the duration of its operation. For example, when we frame the CRF as a fund focusing on low carbonization of the carbon-intensive industrial sectors, then we can find a similar fund in the world. One is EU's Innovation Fund, and the other one is Japan's Green Innovation Fund. And they specify the durations of that operation. And EU specifies the size of the fund, and Japan does not specify the size of the fund. That is the initial size. And they add more money every year, so the fund size will expand. And also, in order to get like a sustainable financial structure of the CRF, we need to have very effectively working carbon market. So the carbon price should be right, and also we have to expand the non-pre-allocations volume. And again, and also in order to improve the effectiveness, we need it is necessary to phase out the underperforming vintage project and relocate the budget for the high-impact initiative, the project. And those high-impact projects should be large-scale one. Those large-scale projects were the major project considered under EU's Innovation Fund and Japan's Green Innovation Fund. And the governance structure needs to be changed, and it is very clear, so I'm not going to read the governance part. And again, don't forget, we have two types of goals. One is climate response, and the other one is promoting green growth. So that means the effectiveness of this fund and its contribution to economic competitiveness should be taken into account, and it should be emphasized. The reason is here, when we compare our the CRF with the similar fund, that is the EU's Innovation Fund and the Japan's Green Innovation Fund, and those are the funds based on allowance sales. And the EU fuels 3 funds, and the innovation funds covers 50% of the total allowance sales, and it focuses the decarbonization of high carbon industrial sectors, specifically input industries. The reason is nowadays we have the industrial policy is evolving, specifically in advanced economies. Second, the environmental criteria was used as reasons for import barrier. And in order to reduce overall CO2 emission level or the carbon footprint, the input industry, which provides inputs to every industry, should be decarbonized. So That's why they are focusing on high carbon input industry sectors. And the same philosophy is also adopted by the Green Innovation Fund in Japan. And now, considering the high dependency of manufacturing sector, particularly on carbon-intensive upstream industries of Korea, the CRF need to focus more on large scale because input industries are very capital intensive. So small scale project cannot achieve this goal. And also the effective decarbonization project of industrial sector need to be focused more. That means the CRF should be positioned as a transition finance instead of just climate finance. The one and most important role of transition finance is to attract the private sector finance by sharing the upfront risk. So that means the CRF can be used as a source of branded finance. That's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Oh. Climate change is very complex. Many countries, I think, find that the first step of addressing the energy sector and maybe transport is easy, but once you go beyond that, it's difficult. Take my country, we've been discussing for 2 decades what to do about agriculture and land use. So the latest, there was a discussion, should we have a general carbon tax, and the response was no. So basically what we decided to do is to basically tax the cows, collect the money, and put it into moving land from agriculture to forestry to actually serve as a carbon sink. But it becomes a very complicated political economy and also financial instrument discussion. So maybe Korea is looking to step into similar kind of complex issues. The last person needs no introduction. Jafar, we had a lot of input throughout the day, and with our last 4 presenters, your role as discussant is somehow to bring it together and give it a bit of insight. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope the timer restarts, so I gain my minutes back. So I'm going to do 2 things, and the second might get me in trouble. And so I will ask that the second task, which is to play devil's advocate and pose some questions on Korea, is interpreted in a personal capacity. This is Jafar, this is not the World Bank. But the first is to be opportunistic and summarize for me some key insights from this panel, how they relate to everything we've heard today, right? And I'm going to do it in a framework that hopefully is consistent with the first few sessions as well, right? The first thing for me that struck out, and I want to say that these presentations were all fantastic. I wish we can have you all as co-authors with us. But the first thing I want to say that really comes out clear, and this, Professor, for your presentation, you kind of made sort of clear maybe, is that importance of a clear policy rationale and objective. Having multiple objectives ends up more times than not, we see it in more countries than not, defeating your purposes. It's much better to be disciplined and clear about the policy rationale, the policy objective for why you have a subsidy use. And then to ask, this is what we refer to as appropriateness, right? As the times change, what adjustments do I need to make? And this we saw in several case studies of how adjustments have been made in Korea. We also heard it earlier in a panel on China as an example, is very good practice. The second thing that really comes out very clear, and then I'll make a comment later on developing countries, right? Is that is fantastic about the Korean experience, is the importance of monitoring and evaluation. And there's so much transparency available that the experts on this panel are able to look at this data and evaluate its effectiveness. This is really rare, I want to emphasize. It's very, very difficult to do some of the analysis that you have been able to do, right? This is exactly the kind of thing we're trying, when we publish our report, to recommend that other countries do, right? So that is a very key point I wanted to emphasize. Kudos that at least you're trying to measure results, monitor them, define costs, look at economic impacts. These are precisely the kinds of things we want to see countries do. The third might get me in a bit of trouble, right? We heard about dynamic evolution from the director, right? Much harder to do in practice, right? Especially in developing countries we've seen. But also we heard it was quite tricky to do for you. And let me give examples of this to pick up on some of your presentations, right? In the way we approach subsidy discussion in our report, we abstracted away from different levels of government. We looked at the public sector, right? But in one colleague's presentation on this panel, we heard a growing reliance of local subnational governments on central government. This for me is an example of the risks when we talk about dependency culture, right? I see it as a risk that increasingly subnational governments rely on central governments, right? The same type of risk happens with firms. And if I move to your example for the third presentation, Minho, it was the second on SMEs. To me, it's striking that there is a almost increasing dependency culture of SMEs wanting more and more programs, right? So this is a big danger that every country faces, right? How do you fight against that? And so this dynamic evolution is possible, absolutely. In fact, in the World Development Report that I mentioned, the WDR on avoiding the middle income trap, 2024, the World Bank cites Korea as a very successful case study, right? For how it's, in big picture terms, shifted its industrial policy subsidies and other support from textiles, semiconductors, etc. So there is a bigger story that we can tell, but it's very tricky to do, and it needs constant monitoring, right? The fourth message, and again, this harks back to some of the themes that came out from some of the earlier presentations today, and this particularly, I think, Minho, applies to your presentation. More is not always better, right? To me, it was striking, that chart that you showed to the government, this message about consolidation of programs, this plethora of fragmentation that you see time and time again. This happens over time, right? We see this across many countries, right? And there is a slippery slope type dynamic to these things, where you always are, as a politician or as a public sector official, under pressure to offer more, right? And so you see that dynamic constantly there. So how do you have, who plays that role of doing what you're trying to recommend, to consolidate, to figure out what are the strategic measures that need more resources, make them impactful, as opposed to lots of small ones that don't really do very much, they're not very effective. And that also speaks to the kind of message that you had on the plethora of interventions. So I think that's the fourth takeaway for me from hearing your presentations. The fifth takeaway is going back to this experimental nature of policy. You do need to do piloting of some of these things, right? And we had that great recommendation to do some piloting. The sixth message for me as a takeaway is about policy consistency, right? And I want to give examples of this from the presentations we just heard, because it helps think back to a bigger kind of message that we were saying earlier today. You have a situation in Korea, we heard from Professor, of a very low carbon price, while you have an ETS system in place and you have this fund mechanism in place. Many countries worldwide have had an ineffective ETS system because of a very low carbon price. So this is not just a Korean problem. This is, for me, part of this example of inconsistent policymaking, right? What is your objective here? You need both the stick and the incentive, the carrot and the stick, right? So if you don't have a relatively robust carbon price, how do you expect, particularly an ETS regime if it's voluntary, to come in place, right? How do you expect any subsidies on green to work if still in effective terms, it's much cheaper to be doing in this case, for the climate example, the fuel emitting kind of activity remains much cheaper, right? In EMDEs, as opposed to the Korea example, this is where we see the brown versus green. We see substantial increase in fossil fuel subsidies post-COVID-19, particularly in response to Russia-Ukraine war. At the same time, we see small efforts of introducing some kind of green policies, and you wonder why they're not working. Well, the brown policies are substantially, costlier, much more impactful in terms of the market signal, right? So on this policy consistency, I want to speak to this point on these high growth firms more broadly, because it's a big challenge. What you see in Korea, which is fascinating, is very consistent across the board, what we see in a lot of countries, right? This was a problem that advanced economies picked up on. The OECD was writing about frontier versus laggard firms. I'm sure you've seen the literature. In the WDR 2024, the World Bank talks about it in large middle-income country contexts, right? So there are lots of problems there, and that's where I think the link with the structural and complementary issues come in. We see a lot of evidence that decreasing competition, dynamics, increasing sort of role of these kind of pseudo-clientelistic large firms, right, makes it very difficult for new entrants to come and grow. And so we're seeing this pattern of fewer new entrants and less rapidly growing, and less, we see this across the board. So I think competition policy plays a big role, and skills is also going to be critical, right? So that allows me to abstract now. My last comment is for EMDEs. Korea is very unique because you have a lot of capacity, and you're doing a lot of very good things, right? So what does it mean if you're in a much lower capacity environment? And what I urge is to think about all these good things that we heard this morning and this afternoon, apply them in your country context still, even in your constraints as possible. So for example, you don't have the technology and know-how to create INRADOM. I'm probably killing the name, right? It's an incredible technology solution. Fine, but at the very least, can you start with an inventory, just a list of every subsidy on paper that you have, that you offer to which industry, to which geography, to which... You would be shocked that many countries don't even have a list, right? So start with a list. That's step one. Okay, now you have the list, wonderful. Can you start measuring the fiscal direct cost, forget indirect cost, fiscal direct cost of the biggest programs, So our approach, our advice is gradually build capacity of monitoring and evaluation. Everyone can start somewhere. So in line, and then eventually you get to this live monitoring that Korea has been able to do, and you build that performance culture. And finally, there's no replacement for what in the bank we're now referring to as the foundational infrastructure for jobs, right? So you cannot do subsidy for AI if you don't have, and I promise this is my last point, if you don't have basic connectivity, If you look at the firm universe in your country, and less than 5% have any use of ICT, which by the way is a factual empirical finding for most EMDEs, good luck. If most firms don't use any ICT, don't use any computers, don't have connectivity to fixed broadband, don't have, good luck expecting some leap from AI. So I think the foundational infrastructure for jobs around skills, around basic connectivity is critical. You have it in Korea, and you're trying to complement. In other client countries we work in, this is still first order. With that, I want to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Zafar. We have 9.5 minutes for Q&A, and inspired by Professor Su, I'm stepping down to get some questions voluntarily or otherwise. First question here.
I am Samir Zain Al-Abidin from Egypt. I graduated from KDI Global Leadership Program in 2023. I would like to thank you all of all of you about these valuable presentations that was done today. I just want to add a comment, not a question, regarding subsidies in developing countries. As we have learned that subsidies should be directed to the save of subsidies or the savings that the governments make as a result of removal of subsidy should be directed to production, not consumption. For example, should be directed to patents, R&D, innovations, and climate change responses. But in Egypt, for example, my country, Egypt pursued economic reform program sponsored by IMF in 2016 until now. Egypt removed all subsidies granted to oil or fuel subsidies, energy subsidies, and decreased the subsidies directed to food. But the savings achieved by removal of these subsidies does not going to support R&D or innovations, because from my point of view, most developing countries consume innovations and R&D products, not produce it. One of the problems that we face is that we directed the savings achieved by removal of subsidies to debt services and to support mega projects, but not to support R&D, innovations, and other productive services. This is my comment, and I thank you for your presentations and hope to follow the conference next days. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Wening Kusuma. I'm from National Research and Innovation Agency. A special question for Dr. Kim. So in Indonesia, most innovation support is still focused on public research and development grant with limited mentoring and private collaboration. So from your experience, what would be the best for our countries, our developing countries, to move forward and more integrated with relationship-based SMEs support system without adding too much bureaucracy and fiscal costs?
Let me take 2 more questions and then maybe a quick, just 1 minute responses. Yeah. Let me go over here. Ladies, any questions? No questions? Do you have an electric vehicle?
Thank you for presentation. Today topic is fiscal policy for sustainability. I'm wondering about that in this now in the world of the high due to high tariff rate and economic unsustainability, how we can implement policy for the industrial policy for sustainability. For example, yet many countries after COVID-19, many countries are struggling for the fiscal debt. So they if the interest rate higher, how we can implement sustainable policy? Yeah.
Thank you. One last question.
All right, thank you so much. I want to ask Dr. Kim on the case of the electric vehicle. I observed from your presentation that the electric vehicle issue is more like a chicken and egg situation whereby the electric vehicle innovation has to go in tandem with the chargers. So I wrote down a question here, and it's more like a future analysis. What happens to the market when you've eventually finished giving out the subsidies, or when the subsidies eventually end? Will the industry be sustainable in terms of phasing out of the internal combustion engines? Because you talked about carbon neutrality for 2050. And what are the economic cliffs and your approaches to address potential demand collapses that might actually happen in the industry when you stop subsidizing this invention and manufacturing as well?
Thank you. So I suggest if we take a round. So the last question was, when subsidies result in a sugar high and we pull it out, then what? We have a question about what can we do practically in Indonesia? I think we have a question around how do we actually, when we remove subsidies, make sure it goes back into productive purposes, and also subsidies as it relates to economic, financial, fiscal sustainability. And you can grab whatever of the questions you feel comfortable answering.
Yep. Let me try to answer your question related to the EV. I'm not saying that we need to get rid of the subsidy for the EV, but it's related to the consistency of the policy. So we need to give the signal to the market and consumers that the government aware of the situation of the market and try to adjust the really tight management of the fiscal policy so that there's no loss in terms of the unnecessary expenditure for the subsidies. So my suggestion is just to make it tight rather than loose. And as far as I know, still the Ministry of the Environment in South Korea doesn't really reducing that much because of the concern of the market growth. So the manufacturing firms are really argue that we need the subsidies. It's not that mature, something like that. So Minister of the Environment really listen carefully about their opinion, but at the same time we need to be really consistent, and there's a tendency of the reducing the purchase subsidy around the world, and there are some countries already exit the subsidies, so we need to run what would be the consequences as well, but we need to be really careful, and I'll mention one example. So I remember it was in 2023, the budget for the purchase subsidy was remaining at October, so we need to really spend. And I mean, in the government side, if the budget is remaining in the end of the fiscal year, it's problem, right? So the Minister of the Environment actually increased the unit price of the subsidy. And that gives a wrong signal to the market, and people in the short term they really purchase the EV. It was increased, but in the long term, in the next year, there's really a shrink of the newly registered vehicle share for the EV. So that is kind of related to the consistency as well. So I'll suggest that the situation is like that, and it'll be really legitimate to reduce the subsidy. But the magnitude is really careful. The magnitude of the reduction should be really carefully designed, and the government need to be really think it through. So that was my comments on your question. So, yeah.
Hello? Yeah, sorry, apologies. So EV subsidies are extremely regressive. A study in Europe found that they are by far the most regressive subsidy around in Europe, right? So why is that a very important point to take into account. In our cost-benefit assessment framework, by the way, in our report, which we didn't show the quantitative, we have this parameter where you can put a weight of how much you care about essentially distributional implications or equity side. I'm not saying that any subsidies regressive shouldn't be pursued, but knowing that EVs consumer subsidies are very regressive, for me the next question comes in, and this then allows me to respond to Samar Egypt's question, and I'll generalize in a second. Am I just subsidizing consumption, or am I subsidizing both consumption and production? And this is a key point. Korea has car manufacturers, Korea has battery manufacturers. Korea is not only subsidizing EV consumption, right? Korea is also indirectly subsidizing and supporting the development of its battery manufacturers, EVs, supporting the production of Korean cars, right? The problem that we do in EMDEs is we see that some countries advanced that are part of this value chain are offering these subsidies, and we say, great, let's offer these subsidies too. I'm very skeptical that, especially for a small open economy, developing country with very low emissions to contribution to the world, that you should be offering EV subsidies when you're not part of the battery value chain, you're not part of the car manufacturing. I said this in consultation with some of our EMDE clients. Why? Why should I subsidize Korean or Chinese or whatever car sales in my country context when I'm not a big contributor? So the very quick point is to say on innovation, right? In the WDR, I really recommend you read it. There's a lot you can do for firms, and Egypt is one of them, right? Just through technological adoption when you're behind the technological frontier. So instead of EV subsidy, for example, you can offer a subsidy to your firms that says, subsidize energy efficient machinery. I will give you a cost-based tax subsidy. I will give you a concessional loan. I will give you so that you import machinery that makes you more efficient, right? That energy efficient machinery will raise your productivity in Egypt. That is technological adoption, but it's not consumer, right? It's business technological adoption. So there's a lot you can do that is not innovating at the frontier, but that is adopting existing technologies, benefiting your economy, and in this case, benefiting the climate, right? If we're talking about energy efficiency. More broadly, right? You have to recognize that there are multiple objectives for subsidy reform. For Egypt's case, you have a fiscal crisis. So using some of those savings to pay off debt makes sense in Egypt's case because, by the way, you need macro stability to attract investment. So macro stability is not divorced from. Very briefly, for Indonesia is a very interesting case as well. Indonesia banned the export of nickel, right? And the idea there was combined with very generous tax subsidies. You wanted to recreate the EV production chain in your country, right? If you look at what happened, Indonesia succeeded with the first step. There's a lot of nickel refining capacity with Chinese investment, right? So you were able to change your current account, etc. You did not make much success with the rest of it. Now, there's many reasons why, but I'm willing to bet that the poor investment climate, look at cost of doing business, look at time to pay taxes, look at lots of indicators of cost of doing business, and skills gaps, you just don't have the skills, probably played a big role for why ultimately you were not able to attract so far the other aspects of the value chain there. So I think this speaks to this point, the subsidies play a role, but other policies matter too, of what you can and can't do, and your enabling foundations also matter.
Yeah.
Can I add some?
Please.
Because I also finished the study on EV car subsidy and also EV bus subsidy. And EV car subsidy is, as he said, it is regressive, but e-bus subsidy is pretty much progressive. And I know when you have auto industries, then the multiplier effect is very large for the auto industry, and then multiplier effect is even larger for EV car industries. So once you have the basic auto industries, I think this is a good time to focus on e-buses because the market for EV passenger cars is maturing, but the EV bus is emerging. And also, bus is the public transit, and also the low-income families are usually lived in the parking, like that part of buses. So the benefit, welfare benefit is large. And also, the recent study in Korea says that when people purchases EV car, their vehicle mileage tends to increase. That means there is a rebound effect. So I cannot say the deployments of EV car is really beneficial for climate mitigation. Definitely the deployment of EV bus is beneficial, but I cannot say it is true for EV passenger cars.
Thank you very much. And before concluding, let me just do one scientific survey. If you own an EV, raise your hand. Yeah, everybody who owns an EV? Either the subsidies are ineffective or we're just not wealthy enough. But thank you very much to all of you, panelists, for sharing your thoughts. And thank you for staying with us. The last session is a super brief sum up by Mr. Wonhyuk and Stefano in terms of what are the takeaways for the day. Thank you.
We will now take a few moments to prepare the stage for the next session. Now it's time for summing up session where the key insights from today's discussions will be highlighted and consolidated. We now welcome Dr. Wonhyuk Lim and Mr. Stefano Curto to the stage to lead the summing up session.
You want to go first or me? Maybe I'll start and then I took notes. Well, first of all, I think the first takeaway is really about how important is for all of us, but primarily from the World Bank to hear from you, because I think there are so many good examples, so much lessons to be learned on a number of issues, and I think the interaction. Hopefully, we can continue later on during the reception to discuss this issue. I think that's very valuable. At the end of the day, I truly believe on peer learning. You are on the front line of many of those issues. You know exactly the pressure that you are having every time you think about policy change, and I think that is something that it's truly valuable also for us to help design our programs. So I think that to me that is something that I would like to emphasize and thank KDI to partner on this because of your convening power. Maybe in terms of a couple of points in terms of the different sessions. I think, well, first of all, maybe before getting into contact, another takeaway is here on the stage, we feel like microwaved from this light. So apologies if we are, if we are not very coherent in what we are saying, but it's quite something here, and very difficult to see people on the background. But maybe, you know, I really would like to follow a bit the framework that has been proposed, and to go one by one for some takeaways. The last session or the last two sessions were great to hear from the experience of other countries and the experience of Korea. Maybe just starting from the framework, we have, I think, is objective design, then cost and additionality, implementation and evaluation. On the objective, my first takeaway is that maybe we cluster too much into a big topic, and to me, the objective between subsidies that they are aiming at mitigate the impact of the market on consumers, primarily the poor, have vis-à-vis the one to support the production and producers, might be two different animals, and maybe we should think about separate them when we think about policy design. Also because I feel that for some subsidies that they go to support consumers or a segment of the population, they might be more permanent in nature than the other one. And when we design the subsidies, we really need to think about the exit strategy, and therefore for some that they are more permanent in nature, maybe there is no exit strategy. Maybe they will continue. I'm thinking about subsidized tariffs for electricity, for lifeline customers or the poor, the issues related with food, when we design a zero or a reduced rate for VAT. So I think that is the first point. Second, on the design, and I think the conversation we had with the Ministry of Finance today highlight the importance of not thinking about subsidies in isolation, but as part of a broader and coherent strategy to address issues. We discussed about issues of are you using subsidies to compensate for something, or you are using it to complement something, and I think that's another important important aspect when we think about the design. Then on cost and additionality, maybe a suggestion to the World Bank. I would put additionality first and cost second, because at the end of the day, when we think about any fiscal measures, if it doesn't achieve the objective, it doesn't really matter whether it's cost effective or not. It shouldn't be there on the first place. And here, just to give an example, I was working in South America on tax incentives and looking at the stated objective of attracting FDI for employment. high-skilled labor or technology adoption. At the end, if the objective is not achieved, it doesn't really matter how much it costs, no? And finally, maybe on implementation, I think there, to me, what I've seen today with all those country experiences is that governments can become very creative in setting up a number of schemes or programs, but the market is always more creative than the government, so they will always find something to go around or to outsmart the politicians. So those to me are some points, and maybe on your side. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't want to stand between you and your dinner, so I'll be very brief. And basically, I have two sets of 3 takeaways each. I think for the first set, I think it's important to look at the foundational elements of subsidies: economics, politics, and data. Okay, so for economics, as was emphasized in the first session, subsidies are usually justified on 2 grounds: addressing market failures or strengthening social cohesion. And as the gentleman from Egypt said during the Q&A session, there has to be some consideration of return on investment, whether economic investment or social investment, versus the cost. Because if you actually do subsidy reform, make savings, but then use these savings to support consumption without real tangible investment return down the road, then you are actually likely be wasting fiscal resources, and they are not going to be sustainable. So I think the economics of subsidies should be clearly understood. And then the politics as well. We didn't say much about politics, but I think having something like James Wilson's matrix on regulation and the distribution of benefits and costs of subsidies would be very important, whether these subsidies are concentrated for the benefit of a particular interest group, whether the costs are widely dispersed, so it's very difficult to get reform of these subsidies. That has to be taken into account. Without understanding the politics of subsidies, so you are not going to make much headway in improving fiscal policy. Thirdly, data or information on subsidies has to be a basic element. Both Director General Kang and Dr. Kim mentioned e-Naradom. Literally means electronic national support. It's a consolidated subsidy portal for Korea. And it's important to have basic information on subsidies, starting with lists and so on, and digitize them and have them available so that you can figure out what you're really talking about when you discuss subsidies. For the second set of takeaways, I'd like to emphasize 3 things as well. First is context-based design of subsidies or bespoke subsidies, as Dr. Min-ho Kim mentioned, and as Professor Zhu mentioned. It's important to look at the actual stage of development for your country in terms of state capacity, private sector capacity, as well as the conditions in domestic industries, and design appropriate instruments for subsidies. Second is dynamic evolution, as Director General Kang mentioned, or dynamic adjustment. And this is easier said than done. One example I can draw from Korea's experience is back in the late 1960s, there was a large income gap between urban areas and rural areas in Korea. About 30% income gap had appeared. So the government decided to adopt what is called the dual grain price system for rice and barley, Korea's main staples, whereby the Korean government would buy rice and barley from farmers at higher prices than it's subsequently sold to urban workers. So in each fiscal transaction, there was a deficit, right? But the government felt it was needed to quickly close the urban-rural income gap and also appeal to a great number of voters in rural areas, right? Can you guess whether the Korean government was able to get rid of this, or if it was successful when it was phased out completely? Can anybody guess? It took up to 2005 to get rid of this. So if you have subsidies being introduced, you have to look at the political background of giving subsidies and have to be very careful, because when they were introducing the dual grain price system, the argument was that it's imperative that we reduce urban-rural income gap, and we can dynamically reduce subsidies as urban-rural gap narrowed. But that didn't really happen on time. The last element I'll emphasize is the coordination with other measures apart from subsidies in pursuing your objective. As a number of speakers mentioned, industrial subsidies are often used to promote particular industries, but you need much more than just subsidies to actually make progress on industrial development, right? You need to have better STEM education, probably. You need to provide complementary infrastructure. You need to improve investment climate and so on. So it's important to look at subsidies within the context of the goal you are pursuing, and also identify other policy instruments that have complementary relationship with subsidies. So those are the two sets of three takeaways I have. Thank you.
Maybe a couple additional points just to react. I think I don't know if we have all this time or
we have to end it, finish at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Maybe the one point that I really would like to emphasize is sometimes subsidies are perceived by the government as a shortcut. I have a couple of examples in which worked in West Africa, where mining is perhaps the most important sector of the economy. The country has comparative advantages, yet the government is providing subsidies. And the main rationale for that is when a mining company is coming in town, they say, "Oh, you don't have a deep sea port. The mining operation is 150 kilometers from the port. You don't have the infrastructure or the railway to bring the products to the port. Then you move to the political economy and the soft infrastructure that is missing. All in all, you know, if I want to break even, you need to give me a subsidies, no? And at the end, the government prefers to give us subsidies than work on the underlying causes of the problem that is the challenge to attract the foreign investors on the first place. And I think it is important to realize that when you do a shortcut, it might be a shortcut forever. And while if you are investing on the underlying causes, it can be maybe more expensive on the first place, but then you can capture the rent or the benefit of those operations. So clearly, you know, the issue of additionality, hidden cost, directly cost, or indirect cost is very important to recognize, which brings back to the issue of thinking about a broader and coherent strategy. I don't know if we stop here or whether we ask someone.
No, we should end
enough
because we have dinner.
Perfect.
Different place.
Okay. Thank you again, and happy to discuss it over dinner.
Thank you, Dr. Lim and Mr. Curto, for providing a clear summary of today's discussions, and please join me in giving them another warm round of applause. So this concludes the first day of our conference. We hope that today's discussions have been informative and insightful, and we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for the sessions on fiscal rules. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.